All right. I do believe I am live. Hello, hello, Zen friends. Happy Friday to you. For some of you, it's the beginning of your weekend. So happy weekend to you. And as we are always excited to see what messages are going to come through from Spirit this evening or this morning, if you're on the other side of the planet, and just find out what Spirit has for us, what we can glean and learn from each other through our questions and through their messages. I always learn a ton, so I'm always excited to see what comes through. But before we get into all that, let's start by coming back to this moment. If you want to join me, we're going to start by taking a big deep breath in, holding it for as long as you feel comfortable with a slow exhale, focusing on this moment, coming out of the future, coming out of the past, coming out of the chaos and whatever's going on outside of you, and coming back to this beautiful bubble right here inside of us with huge love that's in there. So if you want to join me in doing that, and then we'll bring in the singing bowl. So here we go. Big deep breath in. Beautiful. It's always so relaxing. Big deep breaths just calm us down. And then I will hit the singing bowl 3 times. As we do that, we can just let that beautiful love that's within us just pulsate out into our mind and all of our thoughts and our beliefs, down into our hearts and all of our emotions, into our physical bodies, into all the cells of our body, our blood, our organs, our entire physical body. And then our energetic system. We've got our chakra system. We've got energetic meridians that run through our body. And then, of course, our auras. It just fills us up, flows out to the outside world. We get to be fully filled, and then it overflows. And then the world gets the overflow to do whatever it wants to do with it to help raise the vibration of the planet and raise that love higher and higher and higher, right? So I will do that. And of course, something that we can do is what? What is it? Gratitude. All right, you guys know it. Gratitude is one of those things that immediately starts raising our vibration, and it puts us in that energy of receiving. So we receive messages from spirit. We also get magnetized to receive more of what we're grateful for. So remember gratitude as we do this. So here we go, everybody. I love it. Beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me and doing that. I can always tell when you guys join in, different from when I do it myself. It's always extra goosebumps. So thank you guys so much for bringing your energy in this evening too. So hello, everybody. So glad to have everyone here. I could still hear her singing back there. She was still singing. Thought I stopped her, but she was still just doing her last notes. But thank you guys so much for being here and for joining me on this wonderful adventure that we have. If you're new to my channel or new to these readings, welcome. I'm your Bretta Z, and we're here to spill the tea. We got a great group of Zen friends, huge hearts, thank God, and great senses of humor, thank God, because we have a very loving and fun time here, and here there's always room for more Zen friends. So welcome, welcome, welcome. If you want to know how the process works, all down in the description box of the video stream here. Um, free readings are first come, first serve. It talks about that in there, 1 to 2 card readings. If anyone makes a donation, I prioritize those. We dive deeper into those, meaning we spill more tea for those. And you also get a fortune cookie we're going to do with your first donation. If there's multiple donations, we just get one fortune cookie because they're a little longer. So just for the honoring time, everyone gets at least one fortune cookie, which is the Ask Your Guides Oracle. We're going to continue to use that this evening. And if you want to make a donation, all the information, you can use the super chat. We've got what is it? Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Square, and Google Pay. Yeah, Google Pay. All that's down in the description area of the video, and I don't have any set dollar amounts if you want to make a donation. I know everyone has different finances and different availability across the world, different cost of living and all that. So whatever you give, I do honor that. I think that's the main thing. I used to go into detail with all that stuff, but everyone probably knows most of that. Most of you guys are here quite often and you know it. But if you have any questions on how it all works, please let us know. I'd be happy to answer. Also, I do offer private personal readings, both live and recorded readings, and also energetic hedges. All that information's down in the description area. And every 2 weeks is how it works out, because every new moon and every full moon, I have a giveaway where I give away a 30-minute private personal recorded reading, or one of my energetic hedges, whichever you prefer. We do have a new moon in Aries coming up next week. So if you haven't got into that drawing yet, here's the link to get into that. And this morning we put out making the most of the new moon energy. So that came out. If you want to find out how to make the most of your new moon wishes and new moon intentions, be sure to check that out and get all prepared for next Friday. Boo, boo, boo. It's going to be a big moon, new moon. We've got a ton of planets in Aries and then also moving into Aries and joining, including today, Mars itself, the ruler over Aries, moved into Aries today. What? I know. We'll talk a little bit about that before we get into readings. I took some notes to share with everyone just to give you a skinny on this energy, because it is an extra powerful moon with the fire horse year and all the stuff we got going on. So I want to make sure you guys are in the skinny on that. So we'll cover that in a sec. Um, and then also I have making the basics of making the most of the new moon energy, which dives even deeper into the wishes and the intentions, and all that. So there's extra there. If you haven't checked that one out, it's good to get the foundation of all that, because it can make it most powerful for you. And then, of course, every 2 weeks, I also have a podcast that comes out called The Easier Path. This last one was called Abundance, Where It Be. And we talk about 2 big things that impact us receiving abundance, whether that's love or money or jobs or career or whatever. So be sure to check those out if you want to get into the skinny of that, or the entire playlist, which we talk a lot about stuff to make this human path an easier path instead of a harder one, if you so choose. So that's the skinny on all of that. So let's talk here real quick about Mars moving into Aries. Yeah, very interesting energy lately, right? Fire. So Mars, like every month, month and a half, it changes signs usually because it's, a closer planet compared to like Neptune that's in Aries. It's way on the other side. Of course, way out there, right? And Saturn is also in Aries currently. Um, so this Mars will be in Aries through May 18th. So Mars in Aries, of course, since it rules over that, it is widely considered one of the most powerful and pure expressions of the warrior spirit of, Mars, the god of war in astrology. So he's at home in that energy, which means it's a natural uh, drive that it brings up for actions, assertions, independence. And so it's operating. They said it operates at full throttle. So it's like it's pedal to the metal when Mars moves into Aries because it's extra, extra powerful, right? So it's a high octane energy designed for initiation. So starting of things, huge, huge. And all the planets are direct this month, even into May for a little bit. So it's all about this is the time to start new things for sure. Still start projects, push through stagnation, encourages you to just do it, like Nike, right? Before you have a perfect plan. So it's all about you have enough of a plan, go for it. It doesn't have to be perfect, go for it. So they talk about unfiltered directness. So there's no room for passive aggressiveness or complex schemes. This energy is honest and bold and favors immediate confrontation over long-term resentments. So it's all about everything in our face. It's also instinctual action, so decisions are often made through a gut feeling rather than logical analysis. So while this allows for heroic speed, can also lead to a shoot first, ask questions later mentality. That cracked me up when I was reading the energies around this planet. It was like, uh-oh. So be aware. It doesn't mean it's going to be productive to do that, but you're going to have this energy to want to do that. And it brings in physical vitality too. Thank goodness, right? This energy often needs a physical outlet, such as intense exercise or competitive sports, to avoid manifesting as restless, irritability, or headache. So, fire signs, you guys all know this. When you're full of fire, you need to be physically active to so you don't pop. So even more so now with this Mars and Aries for this through May 18th. Now, the shadow side of some of this energy, it can bring a little bit of impatience in and reactivity instead of response, right? So you're going to have the urge to react rather than respond. It can feel like a short fuse where anger flashes hot and fast, but usually dissipates quickly without a grudge because that's kind of Aries energy. They tend to fry up fast, but they cool off fast too. So that energy, we're inhabiting some of that characteristics or at least influenced by it. And it's all about short bursts with this shadow energy of Mars and Aries. Because while they're excellent at starting, has a lot of starting energy, it often lacks the finishing energy needed to maintain long term commitment once the initial thrill of the chase or the launch wears off. So be aware of short bursts because we might be tempted to launch 50 things, but it's like balance that energy because otherwise we'll get burnt out very fast, right? And there's a lot of self focus with this energy too. There can be a me first attitude and unintentionally overlooking others' needs or feelings in the rush to reach a goal. So that's kind of the shadow side of it. A few transits between now and May 18th while Mars is in Aries. So this is very intensified energy, right? But it also Mars is joining Saturn and Neptune in Aries, adding layers of responsibility and confusion to its usually fiery impulses. So April 13th, which is what, 3 days away, Mars conjuncts Neptune. A conjunct is it's a astrological term, which just means they're very close in degree in the same sign. So they're like buddying up right next to each other in the sign of Aries, making the energy even more magnified and powerful, working together with that same energy. So Mars in Aries conjunct Neptune in Aries activates motivation that may feel blurry or inconsistent, um, and a potential for escapism. That's the Neptune kind of Pisces energy that's there that makes our it brings us in a dreamy, specific, uh, kind of in the physical world energy. So we might feel that way for a few days, right? April 16th, which is 3 days later after that, Mars sextiles Pluto in Aquarius. So a sextile is when it's like 60 degrees, meaning it's like 2 houses over, which creates it's actually a harmonious connection, because the elements, um, match up. In this case, the fire of Aries and the air of Aquarius brings this surge of inner strength and determination for deep transformation because Pluto is all about death and rebirth, right? So we got this energy coming in on the 16th to join all that, all these building blocks, all this energy building with all of this, right? Then 3 days later after that, I know it's like 3 days, 3 days, 3 days. Mars and Aries conjuncts again, that right next to each other. Saturn's joining in with Neptune, and the sun and everything all together, which can feel like a reality check. That Capricorn, Saturn kind of work, work, work horse energy comes in. So it demands discipline, planning, and some delayed gratification. So that's pretty good. With that Neptune energy having us all up in the sky, this kind of balances and brings us back into planning and organizing a little more. So we're not too flighty. And then we have a couple weeks until May 4th, where Mars in Aries squares Jupiter in Cancer. So you got air, and I mean, not air, fire and water. And it's at 90 degrees. A square is 90 degrees, which is 3 houses away, which is more of an intense conflicting energy. You can look at it as they're kind of giving each other the stink eye a little bit, going, "No, my energy is the more powerful one. No, my energy is the more." So it kind of is this back and forth battle, like a dance battle, dance off, right? But the fire and water create steam, which is a good combination to bring massive boost in confidence and a desire to succeed in big ways. Jupiter's all about growth and bigness, right? But be aware of being overconfident and taking too strong of risks because that steam can burn you too. So, it's like the Mars Aries energy is action. I can do this. And then, Jupiter's like, well, we can grow, especially emotionally with it being in Cancer. So it's like, be aware of that energy. It can be a challenging one, but we can take it and use because you can use steam to run like a steam engine locomotive, right? Or you can accidentally, you know, burn yourself on steam, right? So it's like be careful with it, but it can be powerful for you too. And then lastly, May 16th, as a couple days later, Mars moves out of Aries into Taurus, a grounded energy, but it's conjunct Chiron in Aries. So, which means they're joining together, and then it's very, uh, they get along very well. It highlights, Chiron is the wounded warrior, so it highlights old wounds related to self assertion, an opportunity for healing in that, especially areas where, like, as a young person, you expressed who you were in that moment and felt punished by it, right? So, this is an opportunity to heal this fear of stepping forward, which with all this energy we have going coming in, it makes sense for that. So I know it took a little bit of time, but I wanted to make sure at least it's recorded at the beginning of the stream here. If you need to come back to it, we know that it went Mars went into Aries today, so we always know we can come back to 410 and see this energy if we so wish. So that's all the blah blah blah. Let's do some shout outs and I'll get our little list all up to date and we'll get into readings, everybody. How exciting. All right. So let's take a look here. What do we have happening here? Let me just make sure we got everything up to date here too. All right. So let's start from the bottom and work our way up. We got JoJo in the house. Hey, JoJo. Good to see you. I do see you have two donations. So we'll get you on the list up here. Question one, question two. Will you be the chosen? All right. They know what's good for them. Oh, I'll see what that is about here. Maybe you don't want to be chosen. We'll take a look and see what that is here. So we've got that here. So good to see you. Hello, hello. We got Lauren of Light. Hey, Lauren. Good to see you. Let's see here. I think your questions did come through up here. Yeah. So they did come through. So I'll grab those. Well, I'll grab them right now since I see them. I'll put them up here. I like it. Bonus. You deserve a bonus. All right. So I'll do it there. Good to see you. And let me just get rid of that thing. Okay. And so your 1 and 2 might be slightly intertwined. All right. I'll keep that in mind, Jojo. Then we got Livier Vagara in the house. Hey, Livier. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here. Yeah, and then Faith and Love. Hello, hello. Good to see you, Faith and Love. I do have you on the free list here. And the energy has been interesting for Shizzle. And good to see you, though. I haven't seen you in a while. And I've got Little Pink Pearl in the house. We got you on the free list here as well. Good to see you. Thanks for all the roses. We'll share them with everyone. I'm sure they were for everyone, you know. Can't assume they were just for me. You're like, they were for everyone. All right. And so we got those there. We got said hello to those. And we got Sean G in the house. Hey, Sean. Good to see you. I do see the 2 donations from you via Zcash app. So we'll get those in here. So I got here. I'll grab your other one here when we get up to that here. Just so I can stay in semi-order in my brain here. I got to say, hey, I see that there. All right. And then we also have here, let me just see. So we've got, you will be in between these 2 here. So we've got Stormborn. Hey, Stormborn, good to see you. Thank you you got 2 donations here. So you're in between JoJo's 2. So let's get those in the right place here. Yeah, well, when I was doing all that, you guys really filled up the chat. So good to see everyone. You just never know. Some nights it's slow, sometimes it's not. And I'm so grateful that we're all in this journey together for sure. My goodness, right? All right, so we have those. We got that. We have Angelic Smiley. Hello, hello. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here. And let's see here. Oh, you are so generous. I just saw this was your question here. And move you up there. I'd like to express your renewed impression for your charisma and rockable presence. You're so sweet. I appreciate that. I'm still learning to accept compliments even after all these years, you know? So thank you. I'm learning to say just thank you, not deflect, say thank you. So thank you. All right. And then I do have Lauren. I got your questions. We got Kat Mia in the house as well. So Kat Mia, got you on the free list here. All right. I think I might be caught up here. So we do have Blueberry. So, hey, Blueberry, I got you on the free list as well. Good to see you there. And then there's Faith and Love. I got yours on there. And Marissa Smith, we do have your 2 donations. So thank you for those. I have those on the list there. And we've got Sudeshna Ghosh. We got 2 for you as well. And then Minnie Hill. And I do have you on the free list. So I think that is it. I think we got everyone here. So thank you guys again so much for all of your thumbs up, all your love, all your support, all your donations. Just this is why I'm here to bring through messages and to create a nice little safe little fun place for us all to connect in energy and with each other on this path. So thank you guys so much. I really do appreciate you being here. We are in Aquarius moon tonight, so I wore my Keep It Weird shirt because that's such an Aquarius thing. if we're called weird. Even I have a keychain that says weirdo 2 because weirdo number 1 is upstairs. She's the one that got us the keychains. She's weirdo 1, I'm weirdo 2 because Sagittarius can also be weird. We have a good weirdness. So, we got that going on. We are gonna use the change tarot this evening. And then I also already shared that we're using the Ask Your Guides Oracle for the fortune cookies for the donations. And for the first donation for everyone, they'll get one of those. We're gonna keep it just to the first one this evening. Last night I had so many donations. I was on for over 6 hours and I had to stop doing additional additional ones 'cause, they're longer and I was running out of energy. So thank you guys for those of you that had multiple donations in the evening last night. Toward the end, I was like, "I can't do any more of those. I can do the tarot." So thank you, thank you. All right. So let's do a cheers. Cheers, everybody. Good to see you. I love you guys. I have lukewarm coffee tonight because I think I burned to my mouth on some eggs and an egg sandwich I made. So it's very tender. You ever do that? You burn the top of your mouth and you drink coffee or something, and it's like, "Ah!" It's like scalds it. So now we're gonna have some lukewarm coffee. I know I could have just drank something else, but no, I gotta have my coffee, you know. All right. So here's the list of where we're at for donations, just so we know where we're at. So we got two for Sudeshna, and then followed by two for Marissa, and then two for Sean G, and then Lauren of Light, and then JoJo, and then 2 for Stormborn, and then back to JoJo's second one. And that is where we at. And I just realized I don't think I grabbed. Yeah, so this is your first one here, I believe, Sean. And I don't know if you put your second one out there yet. Sean, let's see here. I got the message from your higher self, unless you have it in one of your uh, cash apps. I don't see it there. Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you. So I'll, okay, we're good. Take your time. We got time, so don't worry. All right. So let's jump in. Sudeshna, you're up at 2807 for number one. So here is your first one. So your mother of a very close friend of yours passed away a month ago. Okay. Yesterday night, you saw a very scary and fearful dream about her, like you were at your friend's place and suddenly heavy wind started blowing and a shadow of her appearing, something like that, right? So, what's its significance? Why did you see such things? And was she trying to tell you something or what? I like it. Let's find out. Let's find out what we have here. So, what was the significance of this dream? Thank you. And why did you see that? So what's the purpose? Why? And then was she trying to tell you something or what was this about? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. So we will find out what this is. So we'll look at here first. What's the significance of this? Yeah, we have the 5 of Pentacles. And there is this energy here. You know, this is the fear of being abandoned, of being left behind, being left out in the cold. And the bottom of the deck, you do have the 2 of Pentacles, which is the overall energy of here, which is this balancing cycle, but it feels more like mirroring. Feels like it was a mirror. And it's we'll find out the why here, but I feel like this wasn't the spirit of her your friend's mother coming to you, but this was you dealing with the fear of loss yourself. There's something being processed, this fear of losing someone, and this was that coming forward. And I do feel here, we'll find out the why, but I feel like they're saying here, and this is interesting that I have a dream oracle that we used for the fortune cookies, I think a month ago or so, and in there, it came through about nightmares are not meant to scare us. They're not low vibrational energy. It's spirit's way of getting our attention so that when we wake up, we remember it. Because if it's just a regular dream, we probably wake up going, I know I dreamed. I think I dreamed. I can't remember what it is. But when we have an intense extreme, like the one that you're like, oh my gosh, this was like this and this was this. This is for you to because it's important for you to remember the dream because it's time to kind of look at this fear of loss, this fear of losing, and I feel like it's fear of losing someone in your life. I don't know if it's the fear of your losing your mother, but it came through um, in that, in those kind of characters so that we would be able to kind of consume it. Because sometimes, like, if it's like let's say it's the fear of losing your own mother. If you see like your mother passing away in your dream, your mind might frick and shut it down and not look at it at all because it's too intense. So it'll go be like, look at over there, and we see it, and then we can get used to it, and then we can do this. Not that this is a message about losing your mother, but I feel like this is about dealing with the fear of it. um, so just to clarify that, because I mentioned that you're just like, "Oh my god, am I gonna lose my mom?" I don't know if that's the case here, but this is more about dealing with the fears. So why? Why did you see such things? Yeah, we've got here, a change of, uh, things in your life with the Hierophant. They're the master of change, but they're also they allow what it's like your higher self showing you different ways of looking at your world because they're gives you this truth, seeing things from a higher perspective. And this King of Pentacles energy that's coming in here, I feel like there is this about looking at your worth differently. And it makes sense with the Five of Pentacles that there's this energy here of, you know, facing the fear of what it would mean if someone's not in your life, if something's not in your life, like a job or, something like a possession or money or something. The three buckets of the outside world. That this loss that you fear with this Five of Pentacles was represented by the mother of this other person when they had that loss. Represents the fear of losing, which can be people, relationship with someone, situations, or things. So I feel like that's the why that this is coming up because they're bringing up this cycle, and this makes sense with the Two of Pentacles on the bottom too. This cycle of, um, the fear of loss, the fear of not being enough, not having enough, in that. It's interesting when I picked up the Two of Pentacles on the bottom, we have the Queen of Pentacles and the High Priestess, which is about the subconscious and looking at, the there's mama energy there too with the Queen of Pentacles. Um, but since you have the King and the Queen of Pentacles, and then also the Eight of Cups on the bottom, which is about letting go of emotions that don't serve you anymore. So there is this pattern that's coming up here that this is what it was pointing to. What else did they want you to know? Oh, you wanted to know, was there a message? Yeah. So I feel like the message of the dream, not, the spirit of the mother who's passed, but your spiritual posse and all that, the Six of Pentacles, which is an energy uh of loss. It comes after the Five of Pentacles, but it's where we learn our rate of exchange. That's, down in our subconscious where we give so much and we feel like we deserve so little. In the most recent podcast, and I might have shared this with you already, but um, the abundance where it be is it talks about the Six of Pentacles. So if you want to check that out, I'll put it under your timestamps so you can do it. I might have already shared this with you, but if it's coming up, then it's really, really making itself known. Um, to be looked at here. So there is that out of balanceness where you're an overgiver. I feel I have to give so much and I don't deserve but this, right? Even consciously, if we're like, no, I deserve to have it all. Subconsciously, the inner child's going, no, you don't, not yet. Yeah. So it's happening here. The Page of Wands, you're ready for an upgrade. It's time for this to be transformed. so you can transform your life. Yeah, it's time for the Empress, new birth. This is like the Queen of Pentacles, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. Time to nurture yourself. It's funny that you got a mother in your dreams and you got both the Queen of Pentacles and the Empress, which are like big mother energy. Wow. And you also have the Emperor. So you got divine counterparts twice, the King of Pentacles, the Queen of Pentacles. There is a kind of a, I mean, it's an important energy. You even have the Four of Wands on the bottom of the deck now, which is the marriage card. So this does impact everything in your life, but this definitely, I like that they're going, this will get you to focus on it more because this is about marriage. This is about, it's important to look at these, um, these challenges of worth that are below the surface now, so that when you get into the relationship that does lead to marriage and is your soul partner, that you're not having to, have um, the slow cooking of the worth to get it higher to where you guys will get married. You're gonna do with that. You can do with that now, and then when you meet each other, that's old news, that's old baggage that's been given away and transmuted and transformed. It won't come into your relationship from the get-go. If you wait until you meet, then it takes a long time for it to move forward because you'll need to have to work through your worth before you're able to feel like you deserve to be in that relationship. So it's important to do it now. Hopefully that makes sense. Of course, let me know if you have any questions around any of that. Um, let's see here first. So for your first one, you do get a fortune cookie. So let's do the ask your guides. You got creativity. Yeah, here's that um, energy of the Empress too coming in. It's card 18. So let's see what we got here. There we go. So this is patience, practice, reevaluation, and assessment. Says there's no way to avoid risk if you wish to live a creative life. Stop worrying about making right or wrong choices and view all choices as creative opportunities. Celebrate the fact that you have the freedom to make choices at all. No matter what you choose, you'll create something. If you don't like the result, then simply go back to the drawing board and choose again. Your helper guides remind you not to look at life in terms of black and white, all or nothing. You are a creative spirit. Treat your creations with appreciation and respect. Good, bad, or indifferent, everything in your life reflects your creativity. Study your creations, recognize those you enjoy, and don't fret over the rest. View these less satisfactory creations as interesting, rough drafts and start over. I love that. Your helper guide's message to you: go back to the drawing board. What is it that you want to create in your life? And letting go of the stuff that doesn't serve you anymore. And that's why the dream came up. So you could be really kind of shook and awake and going, "Oh my god," because you'll remember that fear of the dream and realize, "Oh, that's the fear of loss, the fear that I could lose something in my life and not be enough because I'm defining myself somehow in relationships, situations, and things in the outside world." So, interesting, I like that. So that's for number 1. We'll circle back around for number 2 here in a shizzle. Let me grab here. So, Sean, thank you. I got your second question. And there it is up here. Let me put it in the right place. And let's see here. There we go. And we got angel guides in the house. Hello, hello. Good to see you. And Maria P in the house. Hey, Maria. I see your free question. We'll get you on the free list here. All right. So I think that is good. So I didn't give your first one a love and a like here, Sudeshna. So we'll do that. Give your second one while I'm there in that spot. There we go. All right. So Sudeshna, for number 2, you're at 4013. So here's your 2 time stamps. And for this one, you said Sunday, you might be going out with a friend of yours. How's the energy for that? How will it be? Anything else, right? So, based on current energies, how's the energy for going out Sunday? And then how will it be? And anything else? Boom, boom, boom. All right. All right. Yeah. Bottom of the deck. I like this here. You have the Six of Cups. This almost feels like it would be a childhood friend because the Six of Cups, that's one of those people returning back from the past, but it's a very child kind of focused energy that's there too. So I feel like there is a special connection between the two of you because there's even some past life connections flowing below the surface. So I feel like it's not just this lifetime that you guys have been friends. You also have been friends in other lifetimes, different types of friends. It could have been siblings and frenemies or whatever, but you guys have had these experiences in past lifetimes. So there could be extra emotions there that don't have anything to do with this lifetime. It could be other lifetimes. All right. So how's the energy for that? You do have the Seven of Wands and the Six of Swords. I guess I could put them up together here. So this is a night of movement of communication from choppy waters to calmer waters. I feel like there's a lot of clarity that comes in with where you guys are at in your lives. The Seven of Wands is this feeling like you're in a spotlight, feeling uplifted because there's not an energy here of defensiveness. It's more of shining light, shining bright, not feeling the need to defend yourself, not feeling the need to shrink. Feel like it's just a wonderful flowing kind of energy that's existing there right now. So I like that. Um, how will it be based on current energies? Yeah. So again, like I said, the sun. So got the sun card here, and the Nine of Swords. Yeah. So it's a great victory energy here, but there's also how bright it is, you know, with this Nine of Swords. It's like about letting go of expectations, let go of the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be. Enjoy it for what it is. The more you do that, the brighter the experience feels. But if you get into your fears, then that just it makes it not as bright. It brings in clouds, right? Because that's what the Nine of Swords comes in. It's interesting that you got the Nightmare and Insomnia card. So this might have something to do with the nightmare too. This could be part of that experience coming up. What are you fearing about, this going out? What fears about your worth are related to this evening? Because I feel like if you kind of deal with it now, then you can have a great time. Otherwise, the fears will be triggering, triggering, triggering. But if you're going, yeah, why am I anxious? Why do I feel concerned about it? And that can help you there. Anything else about that night? You do have the 7 of Cups. Wow, 7. I thought you had another 7, but you got the 7 of Cups here. So a lot of emotions, a lot of different emotions to be felt. It doesn't mean that you have to, like, act on them, but you will have a lot of different emotions there, and I feel like it's important for you allow yourself just to feel and allow it to, come in with that. You have the 4 of Pentacles, which is here's this sense of worth energy. So, I feel like this has a lot to do with that nightmare because the 4 Pentacles talks about the 3 buckets of the outside world and the definition of your worth, right? And okay, you did have another 7. 7 of Pentacles. So, there is a little bit of the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit here, but I also feel like you're determining here with going out with this friend about the fruit that you don't want in your life and what you do want in your life. And I like this. I like this. Um, you're in a different space than you normally would be from the past because you are stepping more into your sense of self worth. And this is all part of that experience for you to have those emotions bubble up so that afterwards you can kind of ask yourself, why? Why was I so, why did that hit me that way? Why did that trigger me in the inside? Why was I triggered? They don't trigger, whatever situation. it created the environment for your trigger to go off. So why did I trigger myself? Why did my little inner child, why did it feel unsafe, out of control or uncomfortable to where it raised a trigger? Weep, 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 a little alarm went off, right? So I feel like it's definitely a learning experience. And the more you can question before you go into the evening, the more you can enjoy it, right? And just shine bright. But so if you understand any anxiety, anything that's bubbling up, you can kind of review it between now and Sunday, and then you can go in and just like, all right, I'm all prepared now. I'm going in with my eyes wide open instead of stumbling in and reacting, right? So so that's what they have for you, my dear. So hopefully that helps. Many blessings. Thank you again for your dual donations. All right, let me just do a couple more shout outs here. And I think I got one donation that came in via the PayPal. So Maria, oops, there's another one just came into it updated. So 2 from Maria. Thank you for those. Let me check timestamps here. All right, looks like you came in. Well, we had one before and one after Rose, so we'll put you in between there. Let me find you here. Grab your name. So you're down here. So we've got Maria and Maria. And then Deb. I just got yours come through. Hey Deb, good to see you. So I got your Venmo message from Spirit Guides. So we'll put you in here on the list. And we've got Rose. Hey Rose, good to see you. Thank you for your donation. I love all the 777s. We'll get you on here, and I'll give a quick update where we're at in donations too, so everyone just knows where we're at since we had several come in here. Thank you guys so much. I so appreciate all of your support. I wouldn't be here without you guys. I'd be working a full-time job, and my host too, I'm so grateful that she allows me to live down here for free, because I would not have the energy. As you guys know, that work jobs, right? You're exhausted. So I'm so grateful. All right, you are here. All right. Hey, Leslie, good to see you as well. Hello, hello. And we got Daisy in the house. Hey, Daisy. And Shanji, I have your free question too. We'll get you added on there while I'm adding Daisy in there. All right. So I think I am up to date here. So for donations, we have Marissa for 2, and then Sean G for 2. I know how to talk. And then Lauren of Light, and then JoJo for your first one, and then 2 for Stormborn, and then back around for JoJo's number 2, and then Maria P's number 1, and then Rose Crump, and then back to Maria P's number 2, and then Deb. So we got a little list going here. So thank you guys for your patience in getting to your readings. Let's take a quick chug here. Cheers, everybody. Yeah, 6 hours last night. I am grateful. But balance is important. I know. All right. So, and my back is feeling better and better and better and better. It hardly, like when I got up this morning, it wasn't even like tight. But as I sat and got up and said, there was a little tightness. So it's getting there. It's almost been a week. Tomorrow will be a week. So I'm happy with how fast it's been recovering. I love my body. All right. So Marissa Smith, you're up 49:18 for your first one. So here's your timestamp. I know. Thank God. All right, Marissa, let's give your first one a love and a like there. Perfect. And so this guy, Brian, you've known since high school and casual friends on Facebook. He came to the store you worked at last night. Oh, how fun. He didn't really say much when I was checking, when you were checking him out. Like checking him, right? But he later messaged you on Facebook and proceeded to tell you how attractive you are. Ooh. So what does Brian really think and want from you? Oh, Brian. Let's take a look here. Yeah, he probably didn't want to say it at work. He probably needed to get his his courage up, right? So let's take a look here. What does he really think? Got this and this. And what does he want? What does he want from me? Isn't that amazing if they just kind of showed up out of the blue? All right. Well, let's see here. We got two cards with one underneath for the underlying energy, and then two more cards like that with underline. Almost like it's like two faces, two eyes, and two mouths. We'll see what I got here on the bottom of the deck. We do have the Eight of Pentacles, which is, I feel like they're ready. They're in like a transformational time in their life here. Underneath that, they do have the Ace of Swords, which is starting new communication, and the World card under that too, which is an ending of an old cycle, beginning of a new adventure. So it does feel like they're in a transitional part in their life here, and they might have recently broken up with someone. I feel like not like yeah, earlier that morning they broke up. I feel like it's been a couple months, 2 to 3 months, but I feel like they are in this kind of transitional time in their life, kind of energy that's coming in. That's good to know under like the surface. So I feel like they're coming out of their shell in a way, coming out of their cocoon. So I feel like they've kind of been in a little bit of hermiting, transformation, self-reflection after whatever relationship ended, kind of energy. So what do they really think of you? We got the Queen of Swords. Oh, Queen of Swords is one of my cards it's like a very compatible person because it's mentally and emotionally. And let's see here. Has there been? Yeah, with the Four of Swords is this resting, no expectation energy that's coming in here. So they got peace of mind. I feel like I don't feel like they have specific expectations of what may come from it. I feel like they're just seeing kind of maybe how you feel. There is this energy with this. Let's see what's below the surface. I just have to check because we got the Two of Wands, which they are kind of looking at plans. And I feel like they are. I don't think it was by accident that they happened to come into the store. I feel like they wanted to kind of initiate new contact with that Ace of Swords on the bottom. I feel like you've been casual friends since high school, but I think they have had a crush on you since then. With this energy I'm getting with this Queen of Swords, I feel like they kind of thought you were pretty awesome. And but I feel like they just didn't have the courage back then to, and you might have been with someone as well, um, but I kind of feel like they were just like, anytime they were getting the courage up, someone would ask you first, like to go to a dance or to go out or to go steady, or is that they still use that word steady, date. You gonna put a pin on you? That's really, really old. But I feel like that goes way back then. I feel like there's kind of a crush there. What do they want from you? Yeah, the Seven of Wands. I feel like they just wanna be true to their authentic self. Um, and the Six of Wands, is this energy, this mutual I feel like they want mutual attraction energy, and they wanna find out. And if you feel the same and if there's an equal attraction, if you've been attracted to them, or if you are now, because people change. But the Seven of Wands, I feel like one of the big things is I wanna be seen, and so they showed up at your work, and I feel like I don't know if you post where you work. It doesn't feel like it was an accident. It feels like they're like, "Hi," and then they're just like, "Oh god, I can't say it here." And then they were like, "Okay, I did the step of getting in front of your face. Now I'm gonna Facebook you." So cute. Boo 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 boo. And then underneath there, we do have the Three of Wands. Yeah, to see, um, based on your response and your reaction is what they will do here. You got the Two of Wands, the plans, And then they have like their, if you respond this way, then I'll go this way. If you don't, if you respond this way, then I'll just, keep it friends and going this way. So I feel like they have an escape route planned under the surface. Um, but I feel like they have a little crush on you there. Who can blame them, Marissa? I mean, come on, right? Yeah, even on the bottom of the deck, you have like the queen, whoops, the queen of wands here, which is, attraction energy. And so they kind of just took the first step to see, how do you feel, you know, and, and don't feel any pressure. Like if you don't feel that same way, you know, don't, um, don't feel like you need to do anything with it besides keep it friends. Something that used to happen to me. All it took was if you showed interest in me, I showed interest back. That's how I ended up in like probably 4 of my relationships out of 5. I know. All you have to do is be nice to me, and I'm like, "Oh, okay, you wanna be my in a relationship?" I know. I was easy. Oh god. Confessions of Bretta Z. Here we are tonight on a Friday night. Alright, let's see what your fortune cookie brings in for this one too. Must be the Aquarius energy. Alright. Yeah, so you have invention with the helper guides here. Dun, da, da, da. Let's see what this is. Number 17. This, it's funny because if you ever saw The Sound of Music, um, the 17, it just triggered a song in my head, or they triggered a song in my head around this. The song where I'm 16 going on 17, and they're going around the little gazebo, and, it's that attraction energy. So it's there. This is adaptation, adjustment, transformation, and challenge. It says sometimes life gives you lemons, but not to worry. Your helper guides are on hand, assisting you in transforming your lemons into lemonade. No matter who you are or what circumstances you've inherited, life is always a blend of both the positive and the negative, higher and lower vibration. Your helper guides urge you to be grateful for the positives of your life and to be creative, inventive with the negatives. They are on hand to help you transform any adverse or challenging situation into one for the better. So rather than dwell on your lousy circumstances, get your innovative juices flowing and change the undesirable or adversarial situation into a more satisfying one. Rather than endure an unfulfilling job, for example, be resourceful and courageous and start the business you've dreamed of for years. Rather than remain in an unsatisfying relationship, summon enough self love to move on. This is not to deny the painful aspects of your life. Just know that you don't have to tolerate them any longer. Use your sadness, frustration, or lack of fulfillment as an incentive to create better circumstances. Allow your helper guides to get you going. If your circumstances cannot be changed right now, at least change your attitude and make the best of the situation, knowing it is temporary. Do not settle for the lemons you encounter in life. Gather their juice and be creative. Ask your helper guides for inspiration and ideas so you can invent a much sweeter outcome. They're ready and waiting to help. I love that. Your helper guides message to you: when life hands you lemons, make lemonade. Maybe this is maybe you can say, "Hey, you want to go out for lemonade?" All right. So that's for your first one there. So thank you again for your dual donations. Let's see here. We got Daisy. Hey, Daisy. Thank you so much. Let's see here. Let's see here. My niece is fine. I need to. Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure here. So I got your boom, boom, boom donation here. So let me do that here, and we'll get you on the donation list here. I had thrown you down into the free readings, but that was just a statement of fun news. Yay. I know, right? But we'll dive in here uh, in a little bit. All right. Deb, you're loving your new job too? Oh, aching back, but oh, so happy. Yeah, especially get out into nature, right? All right. So, Marissa, for number two, you're at 1 hour, 23 seconds, I think. There is your additional timestamp. So, for number two, you want to know, will Vaughn, the Gemini man, reach out to communicate? All right. So, based on current energies, are they going to be reaching out here? We got that here. I do want this one. I want those two first, and then that one there. Those two there. All right. What do we got here? Well, we'll see here. The underlying energy, you have a Knight of Cups coming in here. So there is movement of emotion, but underneath that, you do have the Two of Swords. So it feels like there is a choice to be made here. And you also have the Ace of Swords under that, which is new communication coming in, right? I wonder who that is. Well, maybe so. We'll see here. So I feel like that's just kind of an underlying energy. I feel like like one of the swords is Vaughn, so maybe they are reaching out, but I feel like you have a choice to make. So first here, these cards, will Vaughn reach out to communicate? Yeah, well, I do feel here we've got the Page of Swords, which is additional communication, but it's the Tower energy here, which it's like the communication is more to kind of finalize things. I feel like this is more of a they're being removed out of your life to make space, like your inspiration card, getting the old, letting it go, the lemon, the lemon, gets to get removed out of your life to make space for something less sour, something more in alignment with where you want to go here. So it does feel here like they will, reach out here. Um, but I feel like it's more of an ending kind of energy. So what else we got here too? Yeah, because here's that Queen of Wands, something more solid with the Four of Pentacles. We got this in your first reading with Brian, right? So I feel like there might be some sort of alternate choice energy coming in here with all of this, where you may not care as much. They're reminding me, like, when my parents, divorced, my dad asked my mom for a divorce, and my mom was heartbroken because she had tried for so long to try to make it work, and he ended up, leaving her for someone else, um, and she was bitter, and it was difficult until she found her second husband, and then his second wife, and my dad actually stayed at their house when they came to go to my, I think it someone's graduation. I think it was someone's graduation or someone's birthday, but they all got along because they had both found new love, and it was different. It's like that's the way it works, right? Um, we're sad when a puppy runs away, but if we get a new puppy, we're like, "Oh, look, I got a new puppy." That's what they're showing me. But I feel like there's this change of energy here. I like that coming in here. Let's see what else we got. Yeah, because you have the 10 of Pentacles. There is this sense of abundance and this hope for relationship in your outside world. But it's not the old one. You have the Four of Cups, which it's like Vaughn would be one of these that didn't fulfill you, in this new love that's coming in. So that's below the 10 of Pentacles, which tells me it's not the old stagnant one. Here's these four energies. It's something new coming in here for you. And you got the King of Cups. Yeah. Someone that feels like more of a fit, like the Queen of Swords that we got on that other one on Brian's. This is like the counterpart for that, the King of Cups, someone that communicates, that, can communicate their feelings, great conversations, kind of energy here. Yeah, in the Temperance. This is something about turning something into golden opportunity, this alchemy, which kind of goes back to that first card that you got with that inspiration. Just feels like there is this, it's like they're making lemonade, with this golden opportunity with that. So I feel like Vaughn does reach out, but it's like I said, it's more of an ending kind of energy with that tower card. It is they're being removed out of your life for you so that you can move forward into an energy with someone whose energy matches yours instead of feeling like you're always in conflict, right? Feeling like, oh, I got to change my energy to match theirs, which that's not the way a relationship works, right? I mean, we compromise a little bit in relationships, but if we constantly feeling or quite often feeling like we need to dim our light to match theirs, then it's not a match. Then it's okay for that other person to go find someone that matches them, and it's great for you to find someone too, because the longer that we're pining over someone who doesn't match our energy, we're cheating both of us out of that opportunity of being with people who our energy matches up to, as well as the people that are trying to find someone that has their energy match up to them. So it's a win-win-win-win in the long run, when we look at it that way. So hopefully that helps, Marissa. That's what they have for you. So thank you again for your dual donations. I appreciate you. It's exciting. Brian, huh? Mm-hmm. All right. A couple more shout outs here. We got Yoti. Hey, good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here. And I do believe I had my emails are taking their good old time updating here. There we go. And then we have here Michelle Smith. Thank you so much for your donation. Good to see you. And we'll get you on the list here for ancestor messages. Hey, Laura, good to see you. Hey, hey. And Swaroot Bobby in the house too. Hello, hello. We'll get you on the free list here right before. Whoops. Try that again. There we go. Well, oh my gosh. I'm having a little little issue typing. All right, we're good. And let's see, Laura, baby, you can have whatever you like. A song. All right, I like that. The jukebox is going off. All right, so I think I've got everyone on the list here. So I'll do a couple more donations, and I'll let everyone know where we're at since we had some new donations come in. But up next here, we do have two for Sean G. So up first, we got 10811. So here's your first timestamp and a message from your higher self. What you need to hear right now. All right. Let's take a look here. What you need to hear right now. All right. I don't want those. I want this one here. Don't run away. And this one here. And this one here. All right. What do they have here? So I got these three cards and then these three with one underneath. So something's kind of, it's like something is, it's like stairs taking you somewhere. We'll see what this is. Because you got the Two of Pentacles on the bottom. Two of Pentacles is about this balance energy, this cycle, but it's not a bad cycle. It's not like, oh, here we go again kind of cycle. This is like a sharing that, there's a cycle of things and this cycle is happening right now. I like where it's leading because underneath that, on the bottom of the deck, you have the Nine of Pentacles, which is a little hermit energy, I know, but it's an energy of like independence. It's an independent feeling, especially financial independent energy. So let's see what we got here. So first, yeah, that makes sense. So we got the Five of Pentacles, which is this old feeling of lack, this feeling of not having enough, not being enough, being left behind, being left out in the cold, abandonment energy. And I feel like this is like something you've been stepping away from. And that makes sense here with all this three pentacles energies already. It's about, sense of worth, which can be attached to, whatever we have it attached to in the world, either relationships with people, situations, and or things, including money, our bodies, right? So there's that kind of energy here that you're stepping away from. And let's see what else we have. We have the Seven of Cups, and a lot of the emotions around your sense of worth, especially around money, is what I feel like they're bringing in here. And this is something that you've been working through, and you've been experiencing all sorts of, ups and downs, different emotions on purpose. That's been unfolding for you. The conflicting energy of the Five of Pentacles and the Seven of Cups happens to bring things to our face because they are already working on autopilot below the surface. They're already impacting us. But for our own good, they're brought here, whoosh, so that we're like, "Oh, there you are," so that we're aware and we get to the root and we can transform them so that they disappear and when they transform and that they won't impact you in the future. So I feel like there is that they're letting you know this journey that you've been on probably strongly for at least a year, it feels like, for all of our entire lives, of course, but especially pinpointed over this last year. A lot of, things being delayed, like, the inheritance, with the house and all of that, and, you know, um, different opportunities of different companies not doing what they say they would, and they're just showing all these different things. They're like, it all happened for you, to free you from this, which then yeah, because this is all leading you to the Ten of Pentacles, which is abundance, fullness of life in the outside world. So it makes sense with all this energy that they're saying, but it's for you because without going through all that, you would just keep going on the same cycle. And the cycle's been happening on purpose, but that cycle is um it's getting to be a bigger instead of a very fast cycle, it's becoming a big cycle where it's a lot of abundance. And then you have your questioning and stuff, and then abundance, but it feels like it's a bigger abundance loop in a small it's like that's what the change has been happening. The cycle's been changing where the cycle of the lows is becoming smaller and the cycle of the bigs, the abundance is getting bigger and bigger. And that's the purpose of this. They're adjusting it, right? I like that. And then you have the 3 cards that came out together. Yeah, so you have the 9 of swords, which is getting exhausted trying to live up to expectations, might even be having nightmares or insomnia, with this 9 of swords because it is all the expectations around, we talked about goals and this and that expectations. They suck the life out of our life, out of things, because we feel like we're below the surface, right? We always feel like we're behind trying to get up to 0, but if we eliminate more and more of these expectations, focusing on instead from our heart and this joy that we're living, then we have this sense of abundance earlier because our mindset is changing, our story is changing. It's the same amount of work, it's just the perception of it changes, and it's like, wow, because when is enough enough? It keeps the expectations keep rising, and it's like, "I'm working. Why don't I feel like I'm ever getting up to 0? Then I can start having abundance because this level keeps moving, right?" So, I like this freedom that's coming in here for you. We do have the power of choice coming in here, emotional choice around this, and again, this does have to do with the emotional choice that we tie to our story. So there is this power of story that's coming in here, even with the Two of Pentacles, the choice of what the outside world means to me. But I feel like all of this has been unfolding. And with the Eight of Wands, they've been giving you a lot of messages from Spirit here regarding this worth thing, right? And even the childhood you chose had to do with this is one of the big things you wanted to learn in this lifetime was to overcome a lot of these challenges of worth and just flip it around and so that you could see the contrast between it. So I like this. Yeah, I mean, you have the judgment card. You have this calling. You're being guided by your spiritual higher self here because you wanted to have a message from your higher self. This is them calling you and drawing you into something. It's kind of this resurrection, on that card. It's like the rapture. Here you go. You're being drawn up into following your heart. You got the Knight of Cups on the bottom and the Ten of Cups, which again, that, and you even have the Seven of Swords under that, which is, you know, being aware of your own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that steal this sense of abundance from you. Because, if I have this much, my expectations are here. I'm focusing on the lack. I don't feel abundant. But if I get rid of expectations and I have very little, I have abundance already. I just don't see it until my perception changes. So I feel like that's the message that they feel you need to hear right now. We'll get you a fortune cookie for your first one here. And I feel like this is the one they do want to give it to you on. So we'll see what that says. And we're going to number 2 here. And I know the energy of I have my stellium in Pisces is in the second house, which is ruled by Taurus, which is about worth. That's been one of my big journeys in this lifetime, is all about worth, self-worth. You got leadership, and here's your higher self talking about leadership. You wanted a message from your higher self? Literally from your higher self. Number 14, this big new moon, which we have that huge new moon in Aries coming up next Friday. This is about charisma, enterprise, authority, motivation. So your higher self encourages you to consciously recognize and embrace the leadership role that you're carving out for yourself. Through your focus, dedication, consistency, and discipline, you're emerging from the background and becoming recognized by others for both your competence and your wisdom. Others are naturally drawn to your empowered vibration and will follow your lead as they accurately sense that you can be trusted. Your higher self is cheering you forward. Step into the lead and do not follow others. You've outgrown other people's control and can trust yourself now to successfully lead your life. Shine your bright light on the world and make no apologies for your enthusiasm or confidence as you forge ahead on your path. Others are watching and will follow. Be mindful, however, not to overdo, or you risk becoming disconnected from your source or getting burnt out. Your natural enthusiasm is like fire. It is warm and appealing, but must be contained or it can consume you. Your higher self's message to you: lead with cool, calm, steady confidence. I like it. So if you're thinking about leading something, definitely it's supported in this new moon in Aries. This is a good time to start something new. Just, of course, remembering balance so that you don't burn yourself out. That's another one of my challenges too. So I like that. So that's for number 1 there for you. And we'll circle back for number 2 here. We got Ascending Universal Butterfly. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Oh, from the goddess Terra. Absolutely. We'll grab that and put that on the free reading list here. Thank you for mentioning the thumbs up. Definitely thank everybody for all the thumbs that you have given. It does help spread the Zen love, and you're part of the love tsunami. So cheers, cheers, everybody. I appreciate that. All right. So Sean G, 11913 for your number 2 here. So thank you for your dual donations. And current energies on what will life in July be for you? All right, let's take a look here. Based on current energies, what do we have for July? So I do like those. And I do want those too, but not that one. All right. Ooh, okay. Bottom of the deck, you have the Knight of Cups. So you got some wonderful movement of emotional energy. Underneath that, you do have the Nine of Cups, which is the emotional dream come true energy. So it does feel like July, there is some I do feel like this is a spark more of romance, the fireworks and 4th of July and beyond, right? Let's see what else they have here. Let's see if they confirm that here. Yeah, you do have the 3 of Wands. It does feel like you're heading in a direction that you hadn't planned on going in July, but with the 3 of Wands, it is with new information, you're changing direction, and the Chariot card is the power of choice and victory and movement, so I do feel like July brings you a significant movement. Let's see, this card is underneath the surface. Yeah, the 10 of Cups. So, do you feel like it has to do with the relationship energy here? It is something that does make you feel very full of heart here. So, it does feel like July, there is something sparking there regarding that. There might even be something about movement of home, if that resonates for you as well, because I feel like there is this all this castles and all this these homes behind this the scenes here back here were really standing out to me too. And then because there's that 2 cards in that, and then there's something in the middle. They want me to wait. That's the last card. Then there's 2 cards and a card underneath over here too. So I feel like on one side there's this emotional movement, like raw romance, and then you have the 10 of Wands with the death card, yeah, so there is a significant ending and beginning energy here of where you're investing your energy. And let's see what's underlying energy for that. And the King of Pentacles. It has to do with money and it has to do with your sense of where you're investing, both your finances and your energy, and you're making some significant changes there. Feel like you're determining what is working, what's not. Um, I feel like you're planning your year ahead in July, and yeah, but it's about I'm moving from things that feel like a burden, I'm removing burden, and I'm allocating, that's what I was looking for, thank you, Spirit, reallocating my finances, reallocating my energy into something that feels like a rebirth as well. So a lot of ending and beginning energy in July. It just feels like this is an Independence Day kind of feel to it. In the middle, you do have the Ace of Pentacles. Yeah, so new opportunities, definitely in the physical world opening up, some abundance energy coming in here in July too. So this, it just feels like there's something that's coming in here, especially that King of Pentacles, that just kind of is the catalyst to help things move forward. But it is a lot about following your heart and doing what you're wanting to do. There's like a big dream come true energy in July. Are you gonna go to Disney World? Isn't that where dreams come true? Wasn't that part of the Disney song? But I like that for you. It feels like it's a wonderful, beautiful July. So those are the current energies for you that they wanted to let you know. So many blessings to you, Sean. Thank you again for your donations. I appreciate that. Oh, and hey, we have Rami came in. Hey, Rami, thank you so much for your donation. We'll get you on the donation list. I'll give a quick update here on where we're at on donations as well, since I had several more come in here. So we've got a nice little list going, everybody. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you, Ascending Universal Butterfly. Exactly. I'm very grateful for these. So we've got up next, we've got Lauren of Light, and then we have JoJo, 2 for Stormborn, back to JoJo, then to Maria P, and then to Rose, back to Maria, then Deb, then Daisy, then Michelle Smith, and then Rami for donations. So uh, we've, like I said, we got quite a nice list going here, so we will get into those here. And I didn't give Marissa a love and a like on your second one there, so I did that there. All right. So let us dive in here. Let me get this updated and we'll continue here. Let me take another quick sip here. Got to stay hydrated. Cheers, cheers. I know I'm drinking coffee. It's not really hydration, but it keeps me at least liquidated. All right. So, Lauren of the Light. Hello, Lauren. Thank you so much for your donation via the Cash App. Here's your timestamp. So, thank you so much. And so let me get these split out here like I do. And there we go in the bonus. That cracks me up. All right. So, you want to know here number one is should you move to your family's beach condo temporarily or somewhere else? All right, let's see what the energy is around going to the family's beach condo temporarily. What kind of energy comes in with that? Get that. Okay, do you want this? Those three. And then or somewhere else. What energy does that have? Two. All right, we'll see here. Yeah, of course, on the bottom, they tell you with the 10 of cups, follow your heart. And this does look like a family beach energy, but it's follow your heart. What feels like, where's your heart leading you, right? Is like spirit is saying, there's no wrong choice in this moment. It's just you can follow your heart with it. But the to help you make a choice, we do have for the family's beach condo. Wow, I love it. You got 2 sunny cards. You got the sun card itself, and then the 7 of wands, which I often refer to as like the sun. You know, be true to yourself, don't dim your light, don't ask permission to shine. You don't have to explain any of your choices. Um, the sun card is a very big brightness for the family condo, and I like that. I feel like they're saying here that it offers you more flexibility because there is no lease, right? There is no, um, you're not locked into having to be somewhere and having to pay to break a lease or pay extra for going month to month or anything like this. This is a good landing zone, um, to, be by water, which they just reminded me, like, you love that. That's like, yes, be by water. That will help me be in my element, and then I can make choices from there, and then once I make a choice, it's easy for me to transition out of it. So I feel like that's really, really wonderful there. Below that, yeah, you have the Ace of Swords, so you get a lot of clarity there, which is a positive. Yep, you have the 5 of Pentacles, which this is an interesting energy because this isn't about lack. This is about knowing that you are provided for, right? Because this is like the fear of being abandoned, being left behind, being left out in the cold. On the other, the like the transformational energy that comes with the 5 of Pentacles is realizing it's spirit that brings us our sustenance, right? Creator, source. Um, and they do bring it through the hands of other people. So I like this that you're being provided for. And this is that kind of energy below the surface is this is being provided, right? Yep. And you have the 4 of Cups, somewhere where you can have some emotional stability, right? This great balanced emotional energy. And it's a lot, it's easy. This is an easy move. It's just, yeah, I it's very simple. I can stay there for as long as I need to. There's no pressure. It feels very like a relief kind of energy. And and I like that. There's this feeling of being supported there as well. So I like that. Somewhere else's energy, yeah, I got it. You've got the kind of the 7 of Swords energy, the thievery energy. You got the Hanged Man. You know, you could still you could go anywhere to be cocooning, but I feel like there's something about if you go somewhere else, it's more deceptive. There's deceptive energy there. So I feel like the beach condo is, a good temporary, um, like a connect an connecting airport, right? Whatever they call that, where, it's your, um, the one in between of where you're gonna end up, and it's a good I feel like it's a good energy, so I feel like it's very supported, a lot of great things. This other one just feels like you would end up getting locked into stuff that you don't wanna be locked into, and so I do feel like they're leaning towards the family beach condo there, especially with that 10 of cups. It's like that just allows you that freedom. Freedom is a very important energy coming in with that. So, I like that. So, there we go. Boom, boom, boom. I like it. I like it. So that's for number 1. For number 2, you wanna know what are your guides all trying to show you the last few days? All right, let's take a look here. Shuffle up. And let's see here. What were your guides wanting to show you the last few days? 1 and 2 to 3. And I feel like these 2 are down here. Oh, okay. I see. Yeah. Okay. I put it in the middle of the deck and now it ends up on the bottom of the deck. They've been showing you here the 7, trying to show you the 7 of swords and the moon card underneath that, which is what's been below the surface, your own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that have kept you from things. And then moon card is those things that were below the surface, and they're revealing a lot of things. You also have the Knight of Pentacles underneath that, which talks of the extreme patience that you had, that it's also showing that, okay, I see how I was being too patient out of fear. And I like this because underneath all that, you have the Empress, which is here you be. So I like that. There were all of this is to show you how you were very patient and from a place of love and some fear, below the surface with that moon card because it shows it's below the surface. But yeah, they were definitely showing you a lot of this. Because in between the Empress and the Queen of Pentacles, you've got the 2 of Cups and the 10 of Pentacles, which is all about oops, don't mean to flip you off, the relationships and the clarity around relationships for you. Because you also have the Queen and King of Pentacles showing that you deserve to be with someone that matches your energy on there as well, and the Knight of Cups. Wow, get all this energy, all this about relationships, and I feel like this is just the bottom of the deck. It's all about and it's interesting that the King and the Queen of Pentacles is about worth, right? And and I feel like there is this so much clarity around things for you because love can blind us sometimes, right? But I feel like they were helping you kind of open your eyes wider and really bringing a lot of clarity for you to see yourself even more clearly. And I like this. I like this energy. So you got 2 cards, and then another 2 cards, but with 3 underneath. So it feels like there's 3 things that they were zeroing in on here besides all that underlying energy. They're like, we were just bringing a lot of stuff below the surface, just bringing it up, to float. Got a lot of floaties, that you were looking at. And you're like, "All right, this is all right." So the first 2 cards are the 8 of Swords and the 5 of Cups. So we do have here, the 8 of Swords, they were showing you, one, because you go from the 7 of Swords to the 8 of Swords, they were showing you how you have let go a lot of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that used to make you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted, but they were transforming your emotions here by showing you the last of the things that could be released that made you feel, these beliefs of feeling bound and trapped and restricted here. So it through the emotional um, conflict, right? That's where the growth happens, and it's uncomfortable. And they go, yeah, our there is no growth in the comfort zone, and there's no comfort in the growth zone. I love that from Humble the Poet. It's something he quoted in one of his books, and I love that. There is no growth in the comfort zone, and there's no comfort in the growth zone. And you're in the growth zone, and it's definitely helping you be free of these expectations and these things that last of these things that were restricting you, um, while also celebrating to show you how far you've come as well. The second thing, yeah, we got the Ace of Pentacles and the Ace of Cups. Yep. So to show you a new sense of your worth and a new sense of your self-love that's free of anything in the outside world, because your worth isn't dependent on anything in the outside world. Your worth stays unchanged regardless of what happens, and they want you to part of this was designed for you to see that so you could be free again from any kind of attachments you had on your worth to the outside world, both of relationships, situations, and places and things and that as well. And it definitely, I mean, it's only been 5 days, right? We're to 5 days now? Sunday to Monday to Tuesday to Wednesday, Thursday to Friday night. Yeah, 5. So it's been 5 days, and 5 the number of change, right? It's such a thing, right? And then yeah, and then they were showing you your true self, shining a bright light on a lot of things, and the 6 of Swords, about letting go of some old ways of thinking that are bringing you from choppy waters to calmer waters. Because even though, like, I'm good with this, I'm good with what's going on, and I understand, there was that patience, that extreme patience is coming through here going, it shined a bright light on things. It's like the spotlight that was on things disappeared because they turned on the theater lights so everything can be seen, and so that you could have a clearer picture, so that you could make moves and transformations that are the best for you instead of, being a sacrificial lamb, right? So I like that, right? You're the prize. That's right. And it's interesting. Yeah, it feels like a lifetime since Sunday, right? It does. It feels like it's been weeks. Um, but your spirit guys are so funny. They're like, "Get off the cross. We need the wood. No more sacrificing. we need the." I like it. We need the wood for the cross to create a boat so you can travel. That's funny. And then below the surface of that message, yeah, you have again the sun and the 7 of wands, which is about being true to your authentic self, standing tall, shining bright, allowing yourself to not have to dim your light to match anyone's energy. And you have the king of wands. Yep. For you to step forward and not be waiting on someone to choose you and to make the smart choice. And you're like, "All right, I gotta make my own choices," and there is the stepping into, the seat to be able to, move forward. And then the high priestess too, to get off here to your high priestess temple, to reflect, to see things more clearly, uh, to dive into your own, emotions and your own worth, and, again, just to see things from a higher perspective. It's like you're getting away to be in that quietness, to have all that energy focused on you instead of outward, where it just felt like it was going in a black hole. So, this is a positive thing. Um, it always is for us. It just sometimes it takes our human to see it, because especially when it feels like it came out of nowhere, right? I feel like this one is the one they wanna give you, your fortune cookie on, and it can apply to all of your questions. But the fortune cookie is forgiveness, healer guides. Yep. Forgiving yourself, forgiving others. I like this, letting the wrath go. One of the most beautiful ways I heard forgiveness, the F word, um, said is to choose to no longer be a vessel of pain because of someone else's actions or non-actions, words or silence. That I pour out the wrath, I pour out the pain so I can be a vessel of love. And I like that. Both forgiveness of ourselves and others, right? So this is about judgment, severity, poverty, self-loathing. And it says you're under the spell of self-criticism because of poor choices or unconscious behavior, and this can bring on the energy of shame. You can always tell when this soul deadening vibration is present because it causes you to pull back from the loving support of the universe and isolate from others. It's tempting to believe that the world is against you, making you want to hide, withdraw, or push it away. I know you're not in this anymore after Mama Love. Nothing could be further from the truth. You are your own worst enemy. At, I feel like you were your own worst enemy earlier this week, as the universe never stopped loving or supporting you. Nor have the people around you stopped loving you either, even if you've made mistakes, right? After all, we're all guilty of making mistakes at times. Your divine healers surround you, holding you in affection and unconditional love, helping you regain your self esteem and stabilize your ground. They ask you to realize that the purpose of your journey through life is to grow your soul's capacity to love. Despite how you feel right now, you are making progress. This is more important than focusing on mistakes made. Your divine healers ask you to open your heart and find compassion and love for yourself. If you feel you've made mistakes, acknowledge your errors and ask those you've harmed for forgiveness. You didn't harm them. Where possible, make amends. Then forgive yourself and move on. I feel like that's what you did today, right? That message, that was forgiveness. There's no mistake too great or error so grave that it can't be forgiven if you are sincere in your apologies. Allow your healer guides to help you rise above shame and re enter the loving flow of the universe. Stop harshly judging yourself. There's no point. And then your healer guide's message to you is live, love, and learn. I like it. And it was card 32, which comes to 5, right? It's like number of 5 days, the number of change. So that's what I feel for number 2. And then number 3, what conclusion does Jake come to about you over the next 2 months versus now? All right. So over 2 months versus now. Okay. 5 cards. So that's the 2 months. I feel like this is now, and that's the 2 months. Let's see what we got here on the bottom. Yeah. So on the bottom of the deck, we do have the 4 of Pentacles, which bringing in this, the energy below the surface here. I feel like that spirit is saying this is all about an energy of discovering our worth, right? And one of the things is when we learn with the 4 pentacles, when we define our worth by the 3 buckets of the outside world, relationship situations and things, we feel unstable. But once we find our inner worth and define ourselves by it, suddenly we have the stability that just clicks into place, right? So I feel like, you of course are in this huge aha moment here. They are not. I mean, they're getting challenged with it, but the aha is more of a ha ha, ha ha ha. It's not a aha. It's more of a I don't know. It's not. It's like a uncomfortable laugh is what I'm hearing here. So I feel like because we're talking about what conclusions are they coming to over the next 2 months versus now about you? I feel like they're realizing I don't feel like they're realizing that they were putting their worth in external things. I feel like they're just realizing how unstable their life is, and not just in regards to you, but everything, because that's what, is bringing in the shaking and the rattling, right? So that's below the surface. I feel like their worth is being shook already with job and, um, their physical health might be some shaking and rattling, um, the finances and, that in relationships with not just you, but other people seem to be kind of shaking and rattling, as well. And their world just kind of feels unstable. So I feel like they want you to kind of take it into perspective that they're over here in this firestorm. And so anything that they think toward you is all influenced through that lens of this crazy, unstable life that they have and have had for a very long time, right? And that's a wonderful message in itself for all of us is that we don't see the world clearly. We don't see the world as it is. We see the world as we are. And so like other people's opinion of us has little to do with us and more about the lens through which they're seeing the world. We don't even see ourselves clearly. No one else sees us. Out of anyone, we would be the ones that see ourselves the most clearly, but everyone else definitely doesn't see us as clear as that. And we've got mud all over our glasses, right? So it's important to know that, you know, so that how people feel, it's like walking into someone in a public restroom and they're yelling at someone in the mirror, and that person they're yelling at is themselves. 'Cause that's but what we all are mirrors, so whatever we have no idea what people are seeing in that reflection, right? So I think it's important to know here. Um, like their conclusion that they have for you now, the 9 of Wands is this block, uh, this shield. They feel like they're just on the defense, their walls are up. So, their conclusion they've made about you is you're on the other side of this wall. I don't feel like they've come to any conclusions except that there's a wall here now. And it's just kind of like that. There's a block because they can't think about it. It's like they just have to kind of have made a decision and have this block, and I can't think about it. In 2 months, over the next 2 months, that's where the another 5 comes in here with 5 cards. Yeah, I do feel here we've got a Knight of Swords, which is a quest of clarity, trying to see things more clearly. Feel like there'll be more communication that will come in. You don't have to respond. But this Knight of Swords does talk about it's an action of thought, but it's also communication. So I do feel like you will get some communication, clarity, but it's gonna be sporadic and it's going to be from a variety of ages, alright? He already texted you tonight again already. Yeah, so there's gonna be, like, from a two-year-old, right? Their two-year-old self, from a teenage self, from their adult self when they're calm, but you're gonna get all these mixed messages, and it's gonna be like you're talking to someone with a multiple personality because they're gonna be communicating in the moment from the age of which they received the original wound that they're experiencing the echo in the moment. Hopefully that makes sense. So, like if when they were 2, they felt abandoned, that's been echoing in their life. And every time that echo appears, they go back and act like, that age. So if it was 2, they'll act like a two-year-old. If they were 7, they'll act like a seven-year-old. If it was a teenager, they'll act like a teenager. And so you're gonna be getting a variety of them, right? Yeah, you're not pulling it out. Um, and then what else? You got the 7 of Cups, yeah, so he's gonna be feeling a lot of different emotions, a lot of emotional confusion, he's gonna be feeling tons of different feelings, coming up, and that's alright. That's what he needs to do for his journey. That that's not yours to solve, it's not yours to help with, it's not yours to do anything with. That's his journey, right? You're only responsible for your own journey. And the 6 of Swords, so they do have this, um I feel like they do have a change of I don't know, it's because this is about the move itself, transition, it's about movement and about your move. I feel like the conclusion they come with the move is that this is better. It's better that you moved where you did instead of closer to them because it feel like it he feels like it takes you guys from choppy waters to calmer waters. At least it takes his mind from a choppy place to a calmer place. So, I feel like with that and that you even shared that, right? That you felt this move is what really sparked his fears and kind of maybe fried his brain a bit. And I feel like this with you moving somewhere else, that calms down some of their fears and it allows some sense of maturity to return, their adult self to come back instead of that reacting from the inner child, right? Um, yeah, I do feel here, you know, we've got the Temperance card and the Two of Cups energy, that there's a bit of alchemy, there is a bit of, thinking here. Maybe with time, could we come back around, kind of energy. I think we got some of those in the other reading with around him too. I feel like in a couple months, he might think, well, maybe things can be different. And you're like, not if you haven't changed, they're not. But I feel like there's a bit of a balanced energy that seems to come in here. Um, but we do have on the bottom of the deck under those other cards, we do have the Wheel of Fortune, which is the tune of for us that I feel like he does have a mindset that everything happens on purpose for a purpose, and this is for the best for us. Um, the stepping away, the getting to know yourselves more. Um, so I feel like 2 months isn't a ton of time for them to kind of evolve in a way, but, you know, I kind of feel like we'll see. That's based on current energies, right? Where they're kinda headed. So, um, but I feel like they would have to make some significant alterations because it feels like you've, um, sprinted up some stairs to get to a whole new level, and they kind of, um tripped and fell back down some stairs. So the distance feels like it's, the distance that were in because like you were kind of taking your time and holding back for them to catch up. And now they've kind of stumbled back and you've sprinted up. So it feels like the distance between where you're at mentally, emotionally, energetically, physically, even that it's, um, so hopefully that makes sense. So I feel like that's for that, and then bonus question number 4, where does magic happen? So where does the magic happen in your life? Not just magic in general. You're not asking a ethereal question, you're talking about yourself, right? Where does the magic happen in my life? Let's see here. Okay, go to that there, to this here. All right. Well, you got 5 cards again with 1 underneath. This card of change. On the bottom of the deck, you do have the 8 of wands and the 9 of cups, so and the star card, yeah, so this makes sense. Oh, and the judgment card too, and the strength card, oh my gosh. So your magic comes in here, it's about following your dream. You have your mental dream, your emotional dream, you have your calling. And all of this is coming in with messages from spirit. That's the magic, right? The magic happens when you're living your dream, not someone else's dream, right? And you also had, like I said, the strength card underneath, which is you having the courage to step forward and shine bright with that sun energy. Um, so that the magic is in living your dream and not going back to feeling like this, the Seven of Swords, where those thoughts and those beliefs entrap you and make you dim your light and make you feel like you need to kind of, yeah, it's like if there's someone who's sensitive to light, you're like, "Well, I won't shine bright when I'm around them as much because it hurts their eyes." And you're like, or you can they can get sunglasses and they can, you can allow you to be who you are, and they adapt to allow you to shine bright, or you find someone that doesn't have light sensitivity, right? So, oh my gosh, yeah. So let's see here what these 5 cards are here. Let's start with the card underneath. Yep, the 9 of Pentacles. Yeah, the magic happens with you alone with spirit in your magic garden. This independence energy. This and it can be well, it is this being independent, that I get to be me, and we can have interdependence in a relationship, but it's not codependence, right? And I like this. This is where your magic happens, is when you are in you, in this feeling and connected with spirit, right? So I like that. Um, yeah. And then the 5 cards above it, you have the Knight of Pentacles. Yep, you're on the quest for your self-worth here. This quest in seeing your worth in relationship to the outside world in a different way. The 4 of Pentacles, yep, solid in your self-worth. Look at this Pentacles energy. That's the 4 Pentacles we were talking about. You have the Page of Wands, yep, stepping into your power. This is your magic wand, and this is realizing I'm the one that makes the choices for my life, and kinda like going back to that Cleopatra example that we had before where she was still the queen of Egypt, and even though she fell for this Mark Antony, the Caesar, whoever, she didn't hand over Egypt to them, like, "No, this is my country. This is mine. We can trade across borders, but I'm not giving up my country." And that's the thing, is we can keep ourselves and be in a relationship and share our lives with someone without them becoming our life, and that's a healthy thing. I love, if you have a chance to check out the Let Them theory by Mel Robbins, because she mentions in there a beautiful statement of, we don't come here to be someone's mother, spouse, child, or whatever. We come here to have our expression of ourselves in the world and to create. And we share our lives with these people, but they are not our lives. Our life purpose is our life purpose. And then we share that experience with them, but they are not that purpose. And it's like, wow, powerful. Yeah. And you got the Page of Wands, you got the Page of Swords. So I love this energy coming in here. You have the Four of Wands, which is a joy and celebration energy here. It's a marriage card too, but I'm not feeling that's where the magic happens. I feel like that's just part of the journey and the adventure. The magic happens in the independence. You can have marriage. You can have this higher level of communication and passion and solid things in the outside world. And I like this Knight of Pentacles, that magic doesn't happen in the future at a when this happens, magic happens. No, magic always happens in the moment, in the now, not in the past, not in the future, but in the moment. Interesting. So that's your bonus. Boom, boom, boom. I love these for you. So hopefully that brought a little bit of clarity this eve. And thank you again for your always your generous donations. I'm so grateful. and I'm excited for your adventure ahead, and I know it's both exciting and, maybe a little scary, but I like that. He's he's running in. I don't know. What's that? Alright, but I love that. So, beautiful, beautiful. Love it. I know. Tears. So, thank you again, my friend. Many blessings to you. All right. So, where we're at, up next, we have JoJo, and then Stormborn, and then back to JoJo. And then let's see where we're at. We're at 2 hours already, so that might be about 30 minutes worth. We'll see. Yeah, because Maria P, we usually end up getting almost to Maria, and then we end up having a half hour of free readings. So around 2.5 hours, which is about 30 minutes from now, I will step out of donations, complete 30 minutes of free readings, and then go back and finish out donations, and then go back and finish out any free readings that I haven't finished during those 30 minutes after I finish donations. So that's kind of how it's going to work. So we'll continue to dive in here. Let me take another sip. Cheers, cheers, everybody. So grateful that you guys are so patient in getting to your messages. All right. Coffee is gone. All right. So, Jojo, and you did mention these might roll over into each other. Okay. Or not. We'll see. But for your first one here, so your timestamp is 2:01:51. I was just going to jump into your reading. Got to do the timestamps. So you applied to this thing in this festival just because I was feeling the urge and the need to go be there. Will you be chosen? Probably not, but still, let's take a look here. So to do this thing in the festival, will you be chosen? It's like the Hunger Games. I volunteer as tribute. All right, let's see here. Will you be chosen for this? Well, you have the Knight of Wands. There is a great possibility you just might be chosen for that. You have the Four of Cups on the bottom, which is kind of like a stagnant thing. I don't feel like it's like the thing itself isn't too exciting. There might be something else, like they're like, hey, would you rather do this than that? Because I feel like, I don't know if they know you, the person that you applied with or whoever's making decisions. They're like, well, anyone can do that. Let's have them do that. How about, would you like to do this? Let's see what this is here. Yeah, because we have the tower, which is something being moved to give you an opportunity to something more aligned with your energy. Yeah, something else that would make your heart sing, and something um with this Nine of Pentacles, maybe it's something separate from this other thing, because this Nine of Pentacles feels like you would be away doing something else. So I do feel like you probably won't get the thing that you actually applied for, but you might get something else that they could use help with that you'd actually be even more excited about. Because you've got underneath all that, you got the Temperance card, which is we can turn anything into a golden opportunity. So I feel like, this is here. And maybe even if they tell you, I know we didn't choose you for that. Well, is there anything else that you want to do? I could do this, I could do this, I could do this. And like, yeah, And they have the Queen of Swords, which is something that's more, um, this more um, aligned and compatible with you here. And the Chariot, too. Here's a victory in action and movement. So it feels like you get chosen for something else, or that if you don't end up doing that in the festival, that you end up it is for you because it creates an opportunity for you to do something somewhere else, even if it's not, with the specific festival people, because it does feel like there's this opportunity that comes out of you not, with this being removed out of the way, because it creates the space for you to do something else. Um, but I just feel like that's kind of the energy that's coming in here with all this. You said you can't imagine being more excited, so you really want this, huh? But it feels like with the 4 of cups under the bottom of the deck, it's like, meh, maybe it's not all cracked up it's up to be, that it wouldn't be as exciting as you think it would be. But there's something else that's coming, either because you're not in that you bump into someone that creates a new opportunity. It's still Coachella, Bretta. Oh, okay. I see. So you might have a different opportunity that opens up, right? Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in. We'll pull it in for this one here. And yeah, you got deceit. Deceit and the guardian angel. So there might have been some deceitful act, or it's not something I hear because it's deception, dishonesty, fraud, and cheating. So you are at risk of being deceived at this time. So beware. Maybe you're being spared something, right? Pay close attention to what you are being told and trust your intuition if you sense what you're hearing from others is not truthful. This deceit may come from a good friend who insists that everything is fine between you when in fact they're feeling jealous or competitive in some way. The deceit could arise from a significant partner who's straying from the partnership while denying it. But your guardian angel also reminds you that the most significant risk of deception could come from you. Check to be sure you are not deceiving yourself by denying what you feel in your heart because you're unwilling to accept a difficult truth. Are you telling yourself, for example, that eating certain foods is not a problem when it actually leaves you feeling sick? Or that drinking a few glasses of alcohol every night is not a problem when in fact it's an unsuccessful attempt at treating your depression? Are you convincing yourself to keep a job that's all wrong for you out of financial anxiety? Or staying in a clearly unhealthy relationship out of fear of being alone? Your loving guardian angel encourages you to admit the truth with compassion and courage, even if it's difficult to do. Ask your guardian angel to gently reveal all that is deceiving you and bring it into the light of day. Your guardian angel will escort you back into alignment if you are prepared to face the truth. Do not allow deceit to continue. You cannot force others to be honest with you if they're unwilling, but you can stop deceiving yourself. You will feel immediate relief if you do. Being honest helps not only you, but the ones you love as well. So, your guardian angel's message to you is confront deceit. You will be protected in the end. So, I kind of feel like I don't, that other deceit stuff didn't feel like that your self deceit didn't really resonate for me, for you. But I feel like it's you're being protected because this is that energy of you just don't know what you're being protected from, you know? We just trust that if you don't get it, that there's a reason and you can be like, "Sure, thank you." So, that is what they have for the first one. We'll circle back around for number 2 here in a momentito. So, thank you for your first donation, and we'll see what unfolds there for you, right? All right. And then we have Stormborn. We have 20840 for your first one. Here's your first timestamp. I'm going to give both of your donations a love and a like here. So thank you so much for those. We'll circle back for number 2 here in a sec. All right. So for the first one, you want to know, is Erica or Lauren a better fit as nanny for you? And then the other one's about finding a good nanny by the end of the week, like finalize the match. I see your additional question there. Okay, we'll take a look here. So we'll see the energies of Erica. Okay, boop, 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 boop. And then the energies of Lauren. All right. And I feel like this one too. All right. Let's see what we got here. So the bottom of the deck here, you do have the Queen of Cups, which she's very intuitive, very empathic. So they're saying here, trust your heart, trust your emotions, like trust your gut, not your fear. Fear will feel like it comes from up here. Your gut will feel like it comes from down here, right? So it's like trust your gut. If you're like, it looks good, but I'm not sure, right? So we'll see here. Um, Erica, the energy, we have the Seven of Wands. I feel like they are someone that is, that's like a true to their authentic self. They don't dim their light. They don't ask permission to shine. They don't defend themselves. They are themselves. So I feel like you get what, that they're very much here I am kind of energy, right? Um, Underneath that, we have the Ace of Pentacles, which is an abundant energy. And I feel like they're pretty self-confident there. But we have the Five of Pentacles here. I feel like they are an energy, and you've mentioned that before, which is funny, not specifically about Erica, but it's you get what you pay for, If you're paying me this is the job I'll do. I won't go above and beyond. I will do what you're paying me to do and no more. If you want me to do more, you pay me more. And so there is this confidence they have. They'll be consistent in doing the job that you're paying them for. But if you want them to do more, you got to dish out the cash. That's what this is coming in here. And that's all right. It's like that's understandable. We would want the same. We don't want to be taken advantage of. And I feel like they feel that way because they have been taken advantage of before. So they have really learned to stand in their worth and they present themselves that way. So I feel like that's a good energy, but it's good to know that too. And then Lauren, we got the Knight of Cups. So they're more of an emotional person. Yeah, Erica feels fiery, fiery person, a lot of energy. Um, Lauren does feel a bit more emotional, moves on more on the emotional plane. Ten of Pentacles, that's a good solid foundation. They like feeling like a part of a family. And the Knight of Swords, they do talk a lot. That's funny. They do talk a lot. They chat a lot. Very communicative. And I feel like Erica probably comes in to get the job done and da 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 da, not chatty, chatty, chatty. But I feel like Lauren, because of that emotional movement and likes to talk and communicate and connect and again with that Ten of Pentacles likes to feel like a part of the family, right? And we've got the King of Cups on the bottom, which is a very compatible energy. So I feel like when we're looking at this for what you're kind of wanting to experience here, I feel like Lauren with the King of Cups is they they're able it's like a balance between head and heart. Um and I feel like Erica is just gonna kinda get there right when they're supposed to start and leave right when they're supposed to leave and do the things they're supposed to do and no more. I feel like you would, because Lauren likes to feel like a part of the family, that they do go above and beyond to do things, with that. So I feel like that is what we have for the first one here. And we'll give you your fortune cookie. Well, let's give you your fortune cookie now, because this will be your second question is kind of around all this, the nanny selection process. So let's just see what they say here for your fortune cookie, and then we'll dive into your second question too. All right, that must be the one. Flying out of the deck here. Yeah, you got restriction with your joy guides here. It's a beautiful card. Let's see what we got. 38. So it says your joy guides are tapping at your mind's closed door, hoping to open it and free you of negative thinking that may be trapping you in the dark. Don't assume you already know what will unfold or what people will think or do. These assumptions are inaccurate. If you're not careful, these preconceived mindsets will blind you to all the options and helpers in the physical world, leading to a dead end. Be open to new options. You're not trapped. There are many solutions to your present challenges. Your joy guides want you to show you, sorry, creative ways to move forward. You have tremendous divine support behind the scenes as well as around you, but you must remain open-minded and receptive to receive help in moving ahead. Your joy guides encourage you to stop and notice where your stuck perceptions might be creating unnecessary frustration or blocking opportunity. They remind you that you are not stuck, only your thinking may be so. Snap out of your negativity by distracting yourself with something amusing, entertaining, educational, or uplifting. Watch a documentary, take a cooking class, go to an art exposition, or visit a science museum. Watch a silly movie, read an enlightening book, and expand upon what you know by learning something brand new. This will open the door to the answers you seek. So, your joy guide's message to you: the situation may be critical, but not serious. There are many solutions at hand. Look around and you will find the way out of this boxed in situation. Wow. That's why they wanted me to read that before we did your second reading, because that's what this is all about. Is there's some changing of mindset, letting some expectations go, see things differently, change the our energy around fear and lower vibration, as they call it, negativity of, oh God, I'm not going to find someone. It's so hard to find someone. And oh, I'm afraid I'm gonna pick a wrong person. When we do those kind of energies, then you know, there we draw in more of that experience. So, there is this: be open-minded, let go, be open to spirit going, you know what, I trust you're gonna bring me the perfect person in the perfect timing in the perfect way. And I'm gonna open my mind and listen and look for new creative ways to solve this situation, and I'm gonna be more open-minded in it. So, I like that. Because in doing so, that's what takes us into your second reading. All right. So, for number 2, we got 21713. There is your timestamp. And will you find a good nanny by the end of the week? So I feel like with that information and that awareness of opening our mind, surrendering it more, letting go of some control, letting go of some expectations, that helps us find out here. So will you finalize someone by the end of next week based on current energies with your new little message from your oracle there? Okay, we got that and this one. So what do we have here? Yeah, I feel here you've got the 6 of Pentacles and you got the 2 of Swords. So 6 of Pentacles is it's a balanced energy. It's weighing things out. The 2 of Swords is making a decision, and the King of Pentacles, you got abundance energy underneath that, and the 4 of Pentacles, the card of stability and home. So you do have 3 cards underneath the 2 of Swords, which do talk about abundance. So it does feel like you're able to come to a decision. Um, and let's see, you got 1 card and 3 cards and 1 card. So there's that balancing energy. So on the one side, you've got the 4 of Wands. There's this joy and celebration energy. So I feel like there is this stability. Um, I don't know if you have some sort of gathering. You might even find someone through a celebration or something that you're attending with this 4 of Wands. You might bump into someone and goes, "Oh, I have the perfect nanny for you," or something like that. Or a company that does this, You have the 7 of Pentacles, which is also this. On the other hand, there was like, I can wait. Or it's more the 7 of Pentacles is you choose something, you choose someone, and you just see how it'll, like, put them on a, it's like not committing to a year, but have it where you can give them a try, see how it goes for a week, to whether whether you bring them on or not. Maybe there's a company that allows you to do that, where, um, before you lock into a contract with someone, or something that you get to decide, and try someone out first. So there's that kind of an extra option. So there's like these two. There's someone that you can choose that comes from someone that you learned about at a party or a gathering of some sort, and the other I feel like is through uh, a organization that you can try before you buy kind of energy. In the middle, what helps balance things out? Yeah, you even got the Two of Pentacles. So you got these two choices. You have the Knight of Cups, which is follow your heart. And then again, with the Ten of Swords, we have the let go of a lot of expectations. And, so it's like choosing someone that cares versus someone that will do all this stuff, right? It feels like to be at the center of it, which is that's like opening the mind and choosing, from that direction there. So I do like it. You even got the Temperance card and the Lovers card. This is all about choices and I know it takes time if you but I like this, that you can either you have someone who has great references that you have the people and that it's true, or it's try before you buy. And I feel like either one, you know, is there's no like wrong choice between these two individuals that come up to your final choice next week. But I do feel like based on this energies that you are able to make a choice. But it's nothing's forever, right? So hopefully that helps. I know it's your children and it's your home that they're in and it's different. So but I get it. But it does look like it's positive if you open your mind more and trust that get out of your head and more into your heart and you'll know who to choose. Especially with that Queen of Cups, right? So many blessings. Hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your dual donations. Then we have JoJo up for your number 2. We got 22220. So here's your timestamp for number 2. And let's see here. Is this a sticker? Nope. It is one of the ones I can love and like. So thank you for your additional donation there. And did you feel A's excitement today? She's performing tomorrow, and I got really emotional and drawn to listen to her music today. Oh, okay. Let's take a look here. Okay, thank you. All right, so those are the ones here. So I've got the Four of Cups here. It's an interesting energy because the Four of Cups is more of an emotional stagnancy energy that came in here. Let's see here. Yeah. And this makes sense that I feel like they were in a kind of slump and feeling kind of but this opportunity, yeah, here you go from the Four of Cups boredom to the Ten of Cups, huge, huge energy. So that does make sense that you were picking up on that, this big change of energy that's there. Because it feels here that they have been having this Nine of Swords. They've been going through some stress here, but the Page of Swords is allowing them to see things differently, and then underneath that, we do have the Empress energy, that creative, um, mothering energy, but the more creative energy that they really want to share, um, and and this emotional expression, because 'cause they're getting out of their heads, and when they perform, they get into their hearts. So I feel like they're really excited about just leaving all that stuff behind, and I feel like then when they get on stage or when they play music, they just go to a whole 'nother place. So I feel like they were so ready for this that I definitely feel like their energy was pulsating. Underneath the surface, yeah, new opportunity, Ace of Pentacles. So really excited here. Yeah, and it does make sense here too that they've again with if I didn't look at the bottom of the deck, they had this come in here with the 2 of swords, which is, the battle between their head and their heart, and they're ready just to let go of these expectations. All of that 9 of swords is the exhaustion, worried about this, worried about that, and they're really wanting to get out of their mind here, and this is where the heart wins the battle when they get into playing their music and performing, then they're free. They get out of their head. So I definitely feel like it was them that you were picking up with all this energy that's coming in, and that's why you were drawn to listen to their music because as part of that collective energy, that creative collective, I feel like that's like the song of my people is what's coming through. The song of my people that we get to um it helps us all elevate. That's why you want to do music. That's why you want to do acting. That's why you want to do these things because it is in that artistry is what changes us. Even art, painting, creations of art, it moves us in a different way than the mind stuff. It moves our heart. And I like that. So that's what they have for you, JoJo. Thank you again for your dual donations as well. Many blessings to you. Sleep well. All right. Hey, Tim, Ella Gem. Good to see you. You're at a dinner party. Nice. Hype the post. Thank you so much. You're living at the speed of light tonight. Thanks. You're very welcome. Glad you're glad you're enjoying your ludicrous speed. Is that from Spaceballs? Ludicrous speeds. Are you going plaid? Oh, you're so funny. So good to see you. All right. So um yeah, we're almost at 2.5 hours. So what we're gonna do here, so the remaining donations I have right now, I will come back to. We've got Maria P, and then Rose, and then back to Maria P, and then to Deb, then to Daisy, then to Michelle Smith, and then to Rami, is where we're at for the remaining donations. But I'm gonna jump and do 30 minutes of free readings, and then I'll go back and I'll finish out all donations. And then if I don't get through, um, all the free readings, then I'll complete the free readings after I complete all the donations. So that's where we're at. Let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers. I got my blueberry lemonade. It's quite tart. All right. Especially after drinking coffee, which kind of goes on the bitter side. Lemonade's a little more of the, all right. So up first, we got Miniheel 22802. Oops, let's try that again. There we go. So Miniheel, there is your timestamp. So you want to know, I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well. What type of new hobby are you going to be doing? Any specific field like art, computer, etc.? Let's see here. So what hobby does Spirit recommend that would help you, like would match your passions? Like what is your heart telling you to do as for a hobby here? Yeah, we definitely you've got the 7 of cups, which there's several different things your heart wants to do. And the 5 of swords is the battle between your head and your heart. Your head wants to, "Oh, you should do this, you should do that, you're supposed to do this. This would be benefit you." And the heart's saying, "Screw that. Do something that you enjoy from your heart." Um, I do feel here there's something about this. I feel like there's a lot of art energy, especially with this. I'm not sure if you've tried to do clay or work with clay, even if it's like Play-Doh. It's creating something with your hands, and it's you know, um, even if you put the Play-Doh back in and stick it back in and create something out of it again. This is about using your hands, and I feel like clay dough, but it's more like sculpturing than it is like painting and different things like that. So I feel like they're kind of nudging you here to, because it's something that you can just start creating and learn and grow to do certain things. I have a friend of mine She makes little clay figurines, and she makes it out of the stuff that put in the oven and it dries it, and then she paints them and she sells them. They're little figurines that she makes. She makes clowns and this and that and little characters. And I feel like that's the kind of thing that I was showing him when I was seeing this is working with the little clay, not doing like big massive statues, unless that's what you're like, "Oh, I wanna do that." I feel like it's starting off with that. So I feel like that's where they're kinda nudging you to as a start, but I feel like there's several things your heart wants to do, but they're like, "Start there." So I like it, right? So that's what they have for you, Mini Heal. So many blessings to you. And then Faith and Love, you're up to 3037. Good to see you. Haven't seen you in a little while. Good to have you back. So we still get that C and U will be engaged this year, right? So based on current energies, is there engagement in your future here? Well, we got the 10 of Pentacles and the King of Pentacles, which is huge abundance. I mean, this is relationship and legacy energy. This is one of the most fulfilling cards in the deck here. So I definitely feel here that this would be based on current energies. That is a yes. Let's see here if we can get a based on current energy timing real quick. You got the Queen of Pentacles, which is birthing. Yep, December 13th to January 9th, which is another abundance card. Like the King of Pentacles, you got the Queen of Pentacles, the divine counterpart energy coming in there. So it looks like based on current energy, it's like December 13th to the end of the year. So what are they going to do it on? It's funny because when I saw your question originally, uh, the message was like December 31st, at 11:59 p.m. They'll like propose, right? New Year's Eve night, right before it hits midnight. So it does feel like it's a yes right now, but it's going to be like based on current energy. It's the end of more the end of the year. All right. So many blessings to you, Faith and Love. Good to see you. And then we got Blueberry. Blueberry, you're up. I am drinking blueberry lemonade in your honor. So you'd like a general reading. Let's see here, Blueberry, what they have here for you. We've got that and this here. All right. Yeah, I feel here there is movement of emotion here with the Knight of Cups. So Knight of Cups, can be someone coming in to offer love here. This Three of Swords is expectations equal disappointment. Yeah, it looks like heartbreak, right? That it looks like, oh God, what am I writing into here with your heart, right? Oh, you just came back. Oh, perfect timing. But this doesn't feel like this is leading to heartbreak or disappointment. It feels like part of the journey of your self-love is facing the disappointments and the heartbreak of the past, which you've been processing and working through. But I feel it's almost like this is what blocks things from going forward and why things are going slow. That, there is this quest of for self-love, because that's what they're questing after is the Ace of Cups. But there's this journey they're on, and this feels like this is like the horse is like butting its head. Come on, we need to move by past this, right? And it is, you are working at removing this so that this can move forward. Um, and I feel like that's their message here is it's like looking at the three swords that are stuck in your heart and what are the fears and the belief around like what um heartbreak you know I've had where I felt this way, what fears are below the surface, because those are the things that are keeping you from moving forward, and for your heart to allow to where you leave it behind, then you can move forward. But it's not about stuffing it, it's about um, understanding where the fear is, because that's what the prick in our heart is, right? It's not that our heart is broken, it's that there's a fear that ignited when someone did something or didn't do something, said something or didn't say something that we felt was a uh, we attached our worth to it somehow. That's what, because if someone does something and we believe, oh, they shouldn't have treated me that way, then it doesn't really bother us as much as it does when I believe, "Oh, I deserve to be treated that way," right? So there's the fear when someone, like, cheats on us and we believe, "Oh, that means I'm unworthy because otherwise they wouldn't cheat on me." When we realize, "Oh, no, this is about them and their abilities, not mine," then it doesn't hurt anymore. We realize, "Oh, this doesn't define me, that defines them," or it's an expression of their fear, not expression of my worth. So I like this that, they're bringing these things up and you are transforming those and that things are moving slowly maybe in the romance department because it's giving you time to let things go, right? Yeah, very good. So I feel like that's the thing that's happening in this wonderful adventure you're on. If you want some guidance from spirit, my podcast series, The Easier Path, the link is down in the description box, or if you click on my name, it'll take you to my channel page, and at the top are the playlists. There a lot of those, a lot of our episodes have to do with they give us tools to help us see our worth differently, on those 2. Yeah. So it can help to understand what the root of those and that's and, you're not alone in that, we all are human. We live in a giant amusement park, fear of fear rides. So until we really remember our true worth and who we really are, when we're defining ourselves by the 3 buckets of the outside world, relationships, situations, and things, we feel unstable, which then sends us into fight or flight mode, which is where our anxiety comes from. And I mean, we're on this loop, right? How many times are we going to stay on the roller coaster before we get off? Eventually, we're like, I got to get off of this thing. We, you know, we, the ugly feeling of not being true to yourself outweighs your fears, and you're like, I'm leaving this comfort zone of this roller coaster, even though it's making me sick. At least I felt safe in it. It's what I know. But because the unknown is what scares our little inner child too. But eventually we can leave that and we can understand where our fears come from. But a lot of it points us back to our self worth. The more stronger we come to that belief in who we really are, the more freer we are. The less we're scared about these fear rides out here, and the sting is taken away. We're just like, oh, it's like driving around in bumper cars instead of like those what do these called? The derbies, the cars where they're all they all run into each other, like real cars. And it's like, oh my gosh, it's more bumper cars. Oh, boom, it changes the impact on us. So it's an adventure, but if you want to check it out, I definitely recommend the podcast series. The Spirit brings through a lot of wonderful tools, and it's all free. So if you're interested, you can check it. All right. That's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Hang in there. And what'd you say, Jojo? It reminded you again why you want to do it. Oh, very cool. Oh, the singing and all that. I love it. I love it. All right, and then we have Cat Mia is up, so 23840. So Cat Mia, boom, boom, got that there. And should you learn A and then do that, or should I already be doing that before learning A for the big one? Should I learn A and then do that thing, or should I already be doing that thing when I learn A? Okay, so timing. You are very welcome, Blueberry. Okay, so let's take a look here. I feel like with the Queen of Swords coming up first, looking at the Eight of Swords, I feel like what works best is because if you have the Queen of Swords with the Ace of Swords here, right? That's being that I feel like that's doing the big thing already. She's the queen. Her eyes are not covered. She has the clarity with the Ace of Swords. With this Ace of Swords, she can cut away the binding, and because her hands are free, it's almost like she's reaching out with her hand to remove the blindfold, and then that sets it free. So it feels like it's more productive and it doesn't take as long if you do if you're doing the big thing first with the Queen of Swords, and then you do the Eight of Swords, because that helps things flow. So hopefully that makes sense for what your question is there, but I feel like it's the big thing first because that allows things to be removed and then flow happens more quickly. So that's your message, Katmia. I know it's so mysterious. All right. So many blessings to you. You're welcome, Faith and Love. And then Little Pink Pearl, you're up 240.47. Is for yours. Here's your timestamp. And thank you again for your wonderful comment. But the renewed impression for your charisma and remarkable presence. I love that the presence of the love energy. I appreciate that so much. So you want to know, will your first marriage be your last marriage? And what can you know about the future life partner? All right. So are you, based on current energies or fate, is it the first? I feel like, what can you know here? So we have the Hanged Man. The Hanged Man here, I feel like, is this, it's a transformational energy, and it's about clarity that comes in here. The, the Hangman, I don't know why this is the message that comes. I can't connect the meaning of the Hangman to why they're giving me the message that it is, but I do feel like you just have one, um, one marriage, but it transforms. Okay, now it makes sense to me. They made it make sense for me, because it's not like you have a caterpillar and then you transform and then you have a second marriage. It's like you have, uh, a marriage is a caterpillar, you transform together, and then you're both butterflies. So the marriage transforms over time to something even more beautiful than when it is in the beginning. Um, and that's why it kind of felt like it's one marriage, but it felt like two marriages in one, because it's a significant difference in a positive way, even. Not that it's horrible in the beginning, it's just such a different, transforms into such a beautiful relationship, that's even beyond like your wildest dreams. You're just like, "Oh my god, I didn't think it could be like this," because you're being reasonable in your expectations, it feels. What can you know about your future partner? Yeah, I feel here, I mean, you got the Tower card, here, which means that they've been through a lot. Um, in fact, I feel like they do come forward after, something has moved out of your life. It's a significant change that happens in your life, and it creates the space for you to meet them. So I feel like they wanted you to know that. And they are someone here that very intuitive, maybe even a water sign here, because the Queen of Cups, she's a master of emotion, and the Ace of Swords here is about being able to communicate. I even feel like there's some energy here that they could be a teacher of psychology kind of energy, or even a counselor or someone who teaches people how to deal with their emotions. But I feel like that's kind of like their field of expertise because of the stuff that they had gone through in their life too. But I definitely feel like there's this energy of having emotional knowledge, emotional intelligence, and they teach that to people either through counseling, psychiatry, teaching people, something along those lines. But I feel like that's one thing that you can know about them. I like it. Free therapy. All right. So that's what they have for you, little pink pearl. Many blessings to you. Then we got Angelic Smiley, 244.38. Oops. That's yours here. There's your timestamp. And may Sam reconnect with you? What does he think about you? All right, so let's see here. Based on current energy, will Sam reconnect? And what does he think about you? They don't want this one. They want this one here. Three of Pentacles does feel like they will reconnect with you, but this Three of Pentacles feels more, it feels more friend zone kind of energy, at least in the beginning here. I feel like they're kind of approaching it, reconnecting in this, because you got the Three of Pentacles. You also have the Empress card. What does he think about you? I mean, you got this creative energy. And I feel like they might reconnect with you to maybe invite you to go to something artistic, like an art show or a museum, or it just feels like that kind of energy here with all this creative energy. But they do feel like you are a creative person. There's the sensuality. There's a lot of emotion below the surface that they don't share, because we're talking about what they think and not what they feel so much. But they picture you as someone very nurturing, very compassionate, very sensual. And it is that kind of, it's the goddess of love, Venus energy that comes in with this. Um, so they do see you in this kind of place. They might even feel like you're a bit above their station in a way, because 'cause you're an empress. Even if they're a king and not an emperor, like empresses deserve emperors, they might feel themselves a little down, like below, like you deserve someone, wow, and I'm only this. And that can also be why this Three of Pentacles feels like I'm coming in kind of just to get to know you more, from a friend-ish standpoint, because I need to know if what kind of risk I'm taking, you know? So hopefully that makes sense. But um, so I feel like that's what they have there for you right now. So I feel like they will connect, but it's going to be more to invite you to go do something, but it doesn't have to be a date, kind of energy to it, because they're wanting to get to know you more. But I feel like they're hiding a lot of their um, emotions and attraction towards you, because they're prepared for you to go, "Oh, no, you're not worthy of me." Well, you wouldn't do that, but that's what they have in their mind in a little bit. All right, so that's what they have for that one for you. Many blessings. All right, Livia Vagara, you're up to 47. Oops, 43. So Livia, here's your timestamp. And you want to ask, what advance will you be having sooner, whether love or career matters? All right. So what will you have sooner, love or career? All right, let's take a look here. Okay. So this is first, that comes second. Let's see what it is. What comes first? Nine of Cups. Feels like this is love, dream come true energy. Then comes the work, the Ten of Pentacles. This is also relationship energy, but Ten of Pentacles would, like, if I was going to choose cards, love would be Nine of Cups, work would be Pentacles. That's more Earth energy, which is Capricorn energy, which is work, right? So I feel like in this case right now, your energy is love comes first, and then career comes second. In your progression here that's coming forward. And both of them are pretty amazing here. Both Nine of Cups feels like love flowing, like a dream come true love, and Ten of Pentacles is a great abundance energy for careers. So it feels like you got your energy based right now is pretty awesome that comes in here. So that's interesting. I would have thought it was going to be career, but maybe love introduces here first. Who knew? Right? That's the energy of right now anyway. So that's what they got for you, Livier. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Maria P, you are up as has been happening lately. You get your free reading first, and then we'll be circling back around for your donations here in a few. And you're like a general for you for work and love. So let's take a look here. Here is your work and here is love. So for work, you do have the 9 of Wands. There is something here about for work really stepping into your power and realizing the energy that you and the control you have around your work. Because the 9 of Wands is like there's this, it is the normally, it's like blocked, but you grabbing your Ace of Wands and stepping into your power allows you to step past this block. So there is this energy about pointing that points toward for work your awareness that whatever you focus on the most is what you draw to yourself, which can apply for work and love and everything else in your life. But it's very important for here at work to realize if you're focusing in on want, need, fear, that's what pushes things away. If you're focusing on what you're grateful for, what you love about your job, what you love about the people you work with, even though if you find it very hard to like something about one particular person, there's something about them that you can focus on that you enjoy instead of, they talk behind my back, blah, blah, right? Instead, go, you know what I love is that they always bring in the best blueberry muffins, or they always do this. And I'm going to focus on what I'm grateful for in people at work and the job that I love at work. And then you see things change. So I feel like that's their advice for work. For love, yeah, as per usual, 10 of swords, let go of expectations, right? Um, which also can apply to every area of your life. They're just bringing in here that expectations will suck the life out of a relationship. And so if you feel like, well, I don't think I have expectations, you can just immediately think of if Wally doesn't do something that you want them to do, how do you feel? And you're like, "Oh, I feel disappointed." That's an expectation. You can even write down everything you think a relationship should have, not, keeping Wally out of it for the moment. What is everything you think you should have in a relationship? And then you can go and question why you have those, because that's what will set you free. Because when the more expectations we have, the harder it is to get to 0 to start having what feels like success. The more expectations we have, the more lack we feel in a relationship and job and children and family and anything else in life, right? So I feel like that's what they have for you for your free reading for the general for this one. Like I said, we'll circle back around for your 2 donations here in a momentito. So that's what they have. So many blessings. Right. And then Sean G to 5249. We've got yours here. Boom, boom, boom. So your free reading. Thank you for your donations earlier. You want to know how will court go for you on Monday? Will you get the grant that you're hoping for? All right. Let's take a look here. And will you get the grant that you're hoping for? Nope. Nope. This one. All right. So how will it go on Monday? Cha-ching! Ace of Pentacles. Looks good. Victory for the court here. Will you get the grant you're hoping for? We have the 7 of Swords. The 7 of Swords is, because if this court is about the grant, then you do get it with this Ace of Pentacles. But the 7 of Swords is, I feel like there's a be very clear on all the fine print. Because the 7 of Swords, sometimes it's a deceit card, but I feel like this is not an intentional deceit. I feel like just make sure before you sign anything, make sure you read it completely, because I feel like there's something that needs to be clarified and changed before you sign it, kind of thing. I feel like there's some information that was inadvertently put in that it's like, but we didn't talk about this. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Sorry. They cut and pasted, or they used a format that they forgot to remove something out. It just feels like that. Be very clear on and double checking things. So I like that. So yeah, so it looks good. So that's what they have for you, Sean. So many blessings to you. All right, let's try that again. There we go. All right. And then we got Sarup Bobby. You are up to 54.55. So you want to know the coming week reading. What's coming towards you? Let's see what Spirit wants you to know about what's coming towards you here. Try that again. Anything else? That one and this one. All right, what's coming for you? Wow. So you do have the Queen of Pentacles and the Four of Cups. Next week feels like kind of this focusing in on your own self here, maybe even getting out into nature, because the Four of Cups is kind of like a boredom, emotional energy, like not a lot happening emotionally on the outside world. But we got the self love cup, and the Queen of Pentacles is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. So I feel like it's a week of focusing in on your own emotions, your own self, doing things for you. And Queen of Pentacles is Mother Nature, and they're sitting out by a tree. So go hug a tree. Go show the tree some love. But get out into nature, I feel like, is important. But it's about taking care of you and your body and your emotions next week, and do things and make choices from your heart, not, you know, sacrificing yourself for everyone else. So what I feel like the energy is that's coming in with that. So I feel like that's what they want you to know. So that's what they have for you, Swaroop. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we have Yoti. You are up to 56.29. So Yoti, here is your timestamp. Boom, boom. And together, or it's just a karmic relationship. All right, let's take a look here. Did I not copy it all completely here? That doesn't seem like a complete sentence there. I might have. Did I not grab everything? No, it says it there. All right. So let's take a look here. What can you know about this here? I don't need to have complete sentences. Spirit's the one that knows all. So, so you got the 10 of Wands and the Queen of Swords here. So the Queen of Swords is an energy of a very compatible energy. And the 10 of Wands is about a change of relationship. And because it can move something from something like a burden to something that feels like a harvest. And as I'm kind of getting this energy of, yeah, both. That, you know, there is this great compatibility energy between the two of you, but there's also, you also wanted to come in and see a different perspective of a past relationship you had in a past life. It's not like you're having to make up for any karmic debt. I don't believe in that. It's more curiosity. In a past lifetime, you guys had like opposite experience. In this lifetime, you guys switched roles, and now you're experiencing it from a different perspective. But I feel like it is both a karmic relationship to help see a different lifetime from a different perspective. And there's this great compatibility energy with this Queen of Swords, because it's a balance between head and heart. And it's just like this energy of, like I said, great compatibility. So it kind of is, does it have to be or can it be and? Relationship together and karmic transformation. So I feel like that's what they have for you right now, Yoti. So many blessings to you. All right. Since I just have one free reading left, yeah, we're like right at 30 minutes anyway. So we'll do Ascending Butterfly. We got two. Let's do you at 2:58:58. Will be your timestamp here. So a message from the goddess Terra. All right, let's take a look here and see what the goddess Terra has. I was gonna say, what you get, the Empress or the Queen of Pentacles? Nope. Wow. Yeah. So you're being given a gift of great clarity and knowingness, because you have the Ace of Swords, which allows you to see things from a higher perspective, and then the Justice card also has the Ace of Swords. And I feel like the goddess Terra is like bringing, especially around this Libra energy of the house of relationship, that she's bringing in a lot of clarity, a lot of knowingness in regards to your relationships with other people and relationships with other people. I feel like there's even like this is a key in a way to like the Akashic records. Like they're taking you on this adventure to allow you to see things more deeply, that I feel like you've been learning a lot about why people are interacting the way that they are, and you've been getting a lot of knowledge and awareness around it. But I feel like you're gonna be starting getting even the deeper stuff, like the stuff that's below the stuff, because that's where the karmic emotional energy, the Akashic records of the experiences and the emotions, there's a pathway really below the surface, to go, into those directions. So I feel like there is this, like, gift that's been being given, because you've been showing your heart, and she's giving you this gift to be able to go do this because she's like, "You'll love this." So it's like I'll say it's like a reward for your heart and the purity of your heart, because you can't go into these places with, "I'm gonna use this to blackmail people," right? And you're going in with this purity of for understanding and to share knowledge to help people grow and to help relationships together too. So I feel like it's a wonderful kind of adventure that she's inviting you in on. So I love that for you. So that is her message for you, unexpected. But that's what they have for you, ascending universal butterfly. So many blessings to you. Right. So I did finish all of the free readings. I didn't have a ton for this session. So those are done. And I saw your question, Deb. Deb, no, I haven't gotten to yours yet. Um, and so let me catch up, make sure I have everybody on the list. I think I did have Ashvin came in. Hey, Ashvin, good to see you. And oh, okay. Well, I'll definitely here. Thank you for your donation here. Yeah, and we'll definitely connect with her because she's still around you, definitely, and so we'll connect with her and get a message here for you. So hang in there. I know that's not easy. I was actually when I was giving energy this morning, because I've been giving energy to them. It did feel different. That explains why. She was, like, more present with me because she was here. That makes sense. So, beautiful soul. We'll definitely connect with her. So, I got you on the list here, and I think that was the only that had come in here. Yeah. So, where we're at for donations, we have Maria P up next, and then Rose, and then Maria P, and then Deb, and then Daisy, and then Michelle Smith, and then Rami, and then Ashvin is where we'll be right now. All right. So let me take a sip and we'll dive back into the donations. So thank you guys for your patience and getting to your readings. I'm so grateful. I know it takes sometimes a while to get to those. I know we've been on for 3 hours, but thank you. Thank you so much. All right. So let us get in here. I've done those. So this must be your first one here. It show is. All right. So Maria P 30347 is for your first one here. And somebody got your email over here. I don't know why I'm looking over there. So let's take a look here. So Wally's and feelings towards you today. Nope, they don't want any of those. Let's try that again. All right, there we go. And what's coming for you guys next week? Message from Wally. How did your interview go with Dr. Bob? And does he think you're good for the role? Will you get a call for round 2? And then also Dr. Laura's thoughts. All right. So, thoughts and feelings of Wally. He's in a bit of a hermit mood today. So he's kind of withdrawn to himself. It's kind of a little bit contained. So if you kind of feel like they're a little bit, standoffish, it's not towards you, it's toward the world. I feel like they've really are just withdrawn um, into their little cave today. So it's not personal. Just know that they're working on themselves. A little Virgo energy around their health too. Feel like they're kind of tired, not feeling the best. So they're kind of just not their normal, self today. So just allow that. What's coming up for you guys next week? Got the Eight of Pentacles. You got the blood, the sweat, the tears, but you get the fruition here. So next week feels like you guys are really focusing a lot around work and it's very busy, but I feel like there's still reward that comes in with the relationship between the two of you continuing forward. It's like a conveyor belt. You're doing the work, you guys are doing the stuff. Don't feel like there's anything huge that's standing out above the normal little journey that you guys are on right now. A message from Wally, Ace of Wands. You're hot. I'm very, very attracted to you. Excuse me. The message from is you set me on fire in a positive way, you know. So I like that. I feel like that you need to know that you're very attractive to them, and he wants you to know that because I feel like that's it's not the only thing that he enjoys about you, but I feel like lately just needed to hear that because they've come through several times. It's like you need to know I'm very attracted to you, like very attracted to you. So I feel like you need to know that. How did your interview go with Dr. Bob? King of Wands. Yeah, it looks really good here. That's a very positive energy that's coming in. So I feel like you did well. It shows that you were passionate. There was great energy, balanced passion, which is good. So you were excited, but not over excited, where you're like, "Whoa, simmer down." You were just very, a lot of good fire energy, but uh, leadership energy that comes in there. So I like that. Did he think you were good for the role? We have the Four of Swords, which is a balanced energy there. It's not a no, and I feel like their their mind is at rest, so I feel like that yeah, you met the expectations that they were looking for here. Will you get a call for the second round? Yeah, 6 of Wands victory. I do feel like you will go to round 2 with this energy here. And then Dr. Laura's thoughts on you today. Page of Pentacles, yeah. Also abundance energy. Um, it's a positive energy, very productive, um, maybe even a little above expectations because the page is like a number 11. So I feel like very positive energies with all those coming in here. So let's grab your fortune cookie. We just get one fortune cookie per session just because these are longer cards. So this will be for your fortune cookie. And then we're going to go to Rose, and then we'll be back for your number 2 here in a sec. So you got purpose, teacher guides. All right. Shazam. Got magic in your hands there. Let's see. Card number 27. Consistency, dedication, reliability, and faithfulness. Oh, so this is about purpose. It says, you are at the threshold of your purpose in life. Work will soon cease to feel meaningless or unsatisfactory. Boom. Your teacher guides are directing you to the path of genuine soul. All right. I think we are back. Something happened with YouTube. The rest of the internet was fine, but it looks like YouTube had a little service interruption for a sec. So, um, Let me get rid of Rose. I'll get rid of your timestamp and we'll give you a new one here because we're back now. I started to talk in, but that's why I have my little iPad. No, it's an iPad. It's a, pad. Um, so that I can make sure that we're really live. Because one night, long time ago, um, it went out and I did like an hour worth of readings and I didn't even know it. So, Rose, here's your new timestamp 3:13:13. I love it. Look, all those 313131. All right. So, Rose, thank you again for your donation. Now, on the bottom of the deck, you do have the Four of Cups here. So, the Four of Cups energy that's here is it's like there's this stagnancy, this emotional stagnancy that comes in with this Four of Cups. And underneath that, we do have the Death card, as well as the Nine of Pentacles and the Nine of Swords. Wow, how far are we going to go down here, people? And the Tower. I guess we're going to go down a few cards here. Okay, so that's as far as they want me to go. Because all this is the same story, that there was someone that was moved out of your life and it was time for this stagnancy to change. We facing our fears with the nine hermit energy and the Nine of Pentacles, being alone with this nine hermit energy. So it feels like there was this, removal of someone out of your life because it was time to have this stagnant emotional energy. It was time for movement. It was time to go to a new level. And I'm not sure if that was recent or it feels like it was a while ago that this happened. And I feel like they're wanting to know that that happened on purpose for you to create space for something more in alignment with your energy and to clear the road to have you go forward into something that's more in alignment with your heart, right? Um, so that's the bottom of the deck. Let's see what they're wanting you to know here. Yeah. Because there's something to do here with the Nine of Wands, which is like a block towards marriage and that there was like this something that was keeping that from going forward, that and again that stagnancy, right, that it was necessary for this whatever this emotional situation was to be removed out of your life to allow this forward movement into this celebration, this, and it feels like marriage energy. We'll see what you got. Several more cards here. We'll see what this is here. Yeah, so definitely with the World card, it's an significant ending of a cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. So again, that energy of something needing to end for a new adventure, a new beginning to happen. And you have the Chariot card. Again, another victory energy, movement forward, action, action. It was time for action. And I like this, that there's even a choice energy here. Not sure if it was if the tower was something that you made happen or if it's something that was happened for you. But either case, this is a victory. This is an action was necessary energy that came in underneath that surface. Yeah. I like all these major arcana that you have in a row here. For the Hanged Man is a transformation to be able to see things from a different perspective, to take you to a land of butterflies instead of a land of caterpillars, because the Judgment card is like this calling from your higher self to take you to this different place. And I do feel like there's this energy and this awareness that, you know, when you met whoever this other person was, this Four of Cups that seemed like it was kind of becoming stagnant, you had grown, you were growing, you were in the cocoon transforming into a butterfly, and they were like the intention was that they were to come along with you to transform, and then you would be butterflies together is like kind of the understanding that I feel like you guys had, but they didn't change. They stayed a caterpillar, and you got out of your cocoon and went, "Hey, weren't you supposed to be like winged by now?" And they're like, they're just a big old caterpillar that had been eating leaves the whole time while you were transforming, and you can't carry them. And like you can't unbutterfly yourself to become a caterpillar again. Because once you know, you know, and you can't walk along next to a caterpillar because you got wings to fly and you can't eat leaves anymore. you have to go flutter away to go to flowers to get the nectar. That is what keeps the butterfly alive, right? And that's their purpose. And you can migrate and go 1,000 miles. Why would you only want to go 10 feet? And so there was this necessary transformation because they can't go where you're going. And that's why, this needed to happen. And I feel like they just, and I feel like this has already happened, is the energy I'm picking up. Um, So I feel like this is like a more of a telling you the why so that you can understand, oh, this was for me. It wasn't something they were doing to me. It wasn't something I did wrong. It's something you were doing right. you know, let's see where this is leading you. Yeah. So from this hermit's journey, here's that hermit card now. You have learned with the Seven of Wands to be true to yourself, to shine bright, to not ask permission to shine, not dim yourself to try to make your energy match someone else's. Again, it's you're a butterfly, you're designed to fly, not to pretend you're a caterpillar, squish your wings into a caterpillar suit and crawl along the ground when you're like, I got butterfly stuff to do. And so I feel like this period of aloneness, this period of hermiting is over. And now you're being brought out like the Seven of Wands, a bright, shining light onto a hill to be seen. So I like that. You have the Page of Cups. Yeah. So you do have a heightened love that's coming your way here. So, you know, the lower vibrational love of a caterpillar, you've been raising your vibration, your energy doesn't match, you won't attract caterpillars, you'll attract another butterfly. And that's what this is saying here is that you do have new love coming towards you. Um, if you're looking for romantic love, it can be. If you're not looking for it, it would be like a best friend for life kind of energy. But if you're looking for romance, this definitely is a romance read. Yep, and you have the Knight of Wands. I feel like they're gonna come in out of nowhere. There's gonna be a lot of great attraction energy, but this is like out of nowhere, "Psst, here I am," um, that it comes in here. Yep, and the Six of Wands, there's equal attraction energetically, physically, and it's a victory energy that comes in here. So, I feel like they're giving you a big kind of explanation of where the hermit time came from and why, and it's been preparing you for this, and this is the time that you're coming out of the out of the cocoon now, and your beautiful butterfly wings are gonna attract another beautiful butterfly, and you get to move forward and go do butterfly things, go on great migrations, go places you could never have gone with a caterpillar, or as a caterpillar. So, I like that energy. Hopefully it resonates for you. What a cute story. And then let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. So ask your guides energy here. There it is. And you have ease running guide. You got 55, number of change coming in. I like this. It's easy now. Easy relationship instead of a hard one, right? Flow, grace, blessings, effortlessness. We'll take it. Your runner guides are watching you struggle through life and make things much harder than they have to be. I feel like they watched you struggle through life, making things harder than they had to be. You allowed them to ease your burdens by asking for their support for everything that you needed in life, and you let them brighten your days. There's no need to endlessly struggle, figure things out, waste time, make mistakes, miss the mark, and simply not find the resources you need to make life go smoothly. Like this is the past energy. Your runner guides wanted you to remember that you are divine and a spiritual being who is infinitely adored, treasured, and loved by the universe. You're not meant to suffer or feel left out or behind. While it may appear that every door is shut and that everything you need is more than you can ask for or is in short supply, nothing could be further from the truth. The abundant universe awaits and wants to shower gifts upon you. To connect with this magical universe, your runners will help turn the lights back on in your imagination and open your heart. It says, ask these guides to help you let go of the perception that life is a struggle and only the lucky succeed. Create your own luck by asking your runners to pave the way and make your life flow with ease and grace. Whether it's securing a reservation in a popular restaurant, discovering the perfect outfit for an important event, or finding the best job or even life partner, your runners are at your service and ready to lead you to your heart's desire. This is not an overpromise or a lie. You are the beloved child of God, and the universe infinitely and boundlessly loves you. Put your runner guides to work by asking them to help you in every matter that arises each day. They will save you time, reveal hidden opportunities and openings, bring you abundant gifts and blessings, and reinforce the beauty and richness of the universe flowing through your life. Turn on the light of your spirit, open the door to your heart, and welcome all the blessings coming your way. Wow, I love that. In your runner guide's message to you, life doesn't have to be so hard. Let us help you in every way possible and know that we love you unconditionally and we want to serve. I like it. So that's what they have for you, Rose. Thank you so again so much for your donation. I appreciate that. All right. Oops. Let's try that again here. All right. And we have Ravit. Hello, hello. We'll get you on the free list here. I had completed all the free readings in the 30 minutes. So once we get back to free readings, you'll be up first. Look at that. All right. And then we are moving here. So we're moving into Maria P. number 2. We got 32502 for here. So here's for your second donation. So thank you for that. Let me move that up here. And I think I already have it queued up. Yeah, we sure do. I am on it tonight, mostly. All right. Stuff up here. I'm going to get a quick sip here. Getting my mouth dry. All right. So what was it that made you stand out from other interviews? Okay. This one. Oops, this one here. What's coming for you at work? Anything that you should watch out from work? David's thoughts of you. Wally's thoughts on you on work. What's coming for you guys this weekend? And anything about Z Dark Side. All right. So, what was it that made you stand out? In the Seven of Pentacles, there is this patience energy that comes in with the Seven of Pentacles. There's something about that you're consistent, and there's also this energy of that you take time to learn something really well. You don't just hello? Can everyone else hear me? Says Mike here. I'm online here. Is anyone else having trouble with me? Or is it Debs? If anyone else is here. Yeah, there's 5 people here. So is anyone else having trouble? Test. So little green things moving on my YouTube here. So Maria, can you hear me? You can hear? All right, Deb, it might be you. It might be your internet. At least Maria can hear. It's her reading, so that's good. But yeah, Deb, try going out and coming back in and see if that works for you there. But thanks for letting me know, because you never know. So thank you for mentioning it always. So I like this for you here. Oh, but it keeps cutting off. What? So it is cutting in and out. I'm back and you're back. So am I still cutting out, Deb? Because maybe Maria needs to go out and come back. Is it all okay now? Back. Okay. Because I did have to reset it earlier. It did freeze earlier and there was problems with YouTube. So definitely let me know. All right. So you heard about your 7 of Pentacles, Maria, then about that it's your patience and that you really work hard. Um, oh, you're in the middle of the woods. Okay, that makes sense too, Deb. But and this that you really you learn things deeply. You don't just kind of fly through it. You really take the time to learn things is what I feel had you stand out with that. Okay, good. And then, okay, now it's coming for you at work. Yeah, we got the 3 of Swords, which is expectations equal disappointment. Um, but I feel like this is more it's the unexpected happens. It doesn't feel like disappointment energy, it feels like more the unexpected. And but this is that important energy like we had. I think we got the 10 of Swords on your free reading, which was about let go of expectations. Because the more we have the fear of, I need this, I want this, what if I don't get it? What if this? It actually makes it harder for you. So I feel like it's about letting go of expectations here because they're bringing back the 10 of Swords from that other one. Don't feel like it's like big disappointing and energy that's coming in here. Anything that you should watch out for at work? Yeah, you get the 3 of Cups. And this is an energy we've talked about before. This is being part of the tribe, being part of the team. And we talked about reconciliation or reconciling with other people. And, being a team person and going, you know what? It's time for me to let go of old grudges. It's time for me to focus in on what I love. And I think they talked about that in your free reading too, about um focus on what people do well, what I love about people, and start sharing that with them instead of the other, right? Instead of, you know, those dirty, rotten scoundrels, that kind of energy. It's focus on the joy, the gratitude for what you love about your tribe to grow your tribe. And I feel like that's an important thing to do. David's thoughts on you. Yeah, we got the Page of Swords. So this is an energy of it's a big mental energy, so it's not so much yeah, we wanted thoughts because it's not feelings. They look at you and their thoughts on you are that you seek clarity, that you ask not a lot of questions, but you ask good questions, right? But you ask questions. If you need to know something, you ask. And I feel like if you don't know something, you don't just make up I was gonna say make up shit. That's what I feel like you would say. You don't make up shit. You actually find out the answer, because you don't wanna give wrong information, so you ask questions, and I like that. Um, Wally's thoughts on you and work. Yeah, I feel like he feels like you're called to do something else, like this, it's like, that's nice and everything, but I feel like you have a bigger calling in life. Just like you probably think he does too. Mirrors that you guys are for each other. But he feels like, that's you can do that well and everything, but if I feel like he thinks that, you have such potential that there's so much more that you could do. And I feel like that's what he believes for you regarding work. And I like that. Just like you believe that he could do more than he's doing, right? That's funny. And then what's coming for you guys this weekend? Page of Cups. So a lot of happiness, higher vibration, emotional energy. So I like that for you guys. So that's good. Nothing standing out with that. Just kind of heightened love, a nice feeling of that. And the dark side. Yeah, we have the 10 of cups here, which is this I feel like this is more celebration and joy energy, but this isn't about, don't worry about them being like this. This is more about the focus on the children, um, and that he's trying to keep things happy there for now for the sake of the child. Not children, right? They just have the son, right? But I feel like this is all about it keeps on coming back to this, right? It's all about the graduation. It's all about keep everything happy, try to make everyone happy until we can get through the graduation, get him on his way off to college and out of the house, and then the battle because they don't want friendly fire where their son, has anything they don't have to be in the middle of it all, that they get to, experience, their college life while the knight fights the dragon in the house. Whoosh, 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 you know? So, that's what they have for you, my dear. So, many blessings to you. Thank you again for your dual donations. I'm very grateful. Alright. So, um, Deb, I'm glad you can still hear me well because 'cause you'll be up next here. Let me just get these ready, and we'll do this here. Alright, and thank you, Maria. I just had your additional one come through. I'll throw you on the end here. Boom, boom, boom. So we'll circle back around there. So what we have next, Deb will be up next, and then Daisy, and then Michelle Smith, and then Rami, and then Ashvin, and then Maria P. And we'll circle back around for that. All right. So Deb, 33448. I'm glad you're loud and clear out in the forest. There's your timestamp. So you want some message from your spirit guides. We'll find out what's happening here. Thank you again for your donation via the Venmo. Appreciate that. All right. Let's see what we got here for you. Got those. Those. I feel like I want this one. With this one first. All right. Let's see what we got here. All right. Well, you do have the Ace of Swords on the bottom of the deck here, which is about new knowledge coming in. Underneath that, you do have the Six of Cups, which is past life information. This is what I feel with this combination of these two cards on the bottom. I feel like, you know, yeah, they're bringing in, yeah, the spitting camel, right? That there's this energy here of you're getting more access to more knowledge of your past lives that'll be coming in. And like this is like the next transformation. Um, like the next, I'm gonna say transformation. It feels like the next adventure on your journey here is that you're getting more and more and more access to picking up past life information that's coming in. And you'll be getting more of those that's coming in. So I like that. Um, so that's the underlying energy. Let's see what else they want you to know about this here. Yeah. So it's part of your calling here. You do have the Judgment card, you have the Knight of Swords, which is the movement of, being able to gather that information. It's the quest of expanding your abilities, and the Judgment card is your higher self calling you to this on purpose for a purpose. So I like it. It is for you yourself, but it's also things that can help you in dealing with others and maybe even giving information to others. But I like this ability here that it's going to start off where you're going to get it for yourself. You're going to learn how to do it for yourself and more and more. And then you're able to do it for others as well. So I'm excited for this. Oh, nice. You might have been a tree in a past life, right? Jojo's still awake. Accidentally drink coffee with dinner. Well, you're gonna have a fun day of full of coffee tomorrow, aren't you? Welcome back. Let's see what else they want you to know here about this here. So you have the King of Pentacles. there is this nature energy. I like that. We have the Tower, and you have the 10 of Swords, okay, and the 7 of Swords. So I like all these the 7 of Swords and the 10 of Swords and the Tower card. This is the representation of their having you they're removing thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that would tell you that, "I can't do that." Um, and the how and the necessity for training and additional things. Because I know that, that you've have had experiences with it, but this is about you intentionally doing it and getting it, you know, and that it'll be easy for you to do. There's not gonna have to be this big, process you have to go through. You can just, whether it's you have cards or however you feel like you get information, you will do that, and I like that for you there. So, we've got this King of Pentacles is this earthy energy around it, and I do feel like nature has something to do with it. And it's like because I don't feel like it's like cards you use like I do to do past life readings, and I really don't need cards to do past life readings. You could just channel it. We all can, but it's so much easier for our human when we have physical things. I kinda saw you using leaves and twigs and plants and tea leaves or whatever, you're doing something different and unique that relates really to you, where you're just like, "Wow." So, but it's something to do about it's attached to nature. Yeah, right? You're more grounded. Um, you got the Queen of Cups, yeah, so definitely this is affirming, this is, empathic abilities, um, and that can help you a lot too. You connect through your heart, you connect through emotion, right? So I like that, but definitely a confirmation that this is because that's like a high priestess energy. You have this gift, and this natural gift and this ability that comes in with this here. And it might have to do with something with where you have earth elemental energy in your birth chart. Because I feel like they just pointed me back to this gift and going, yeah, it has to do with your earth elements, wherever that is in your chart. I feel like, and with this connection to the heart, it might be, I don't know if you have Taurus somewhere, because Taurus is ruled by Venus, but it can be any of the earth elemental or the earth houses. Interesting. Yeah, because you brought in astrology, right? Then below the deck here, you have the 10 of Wands, which I like this. This is the energy and the chariot. So you do have this movement of energy and your choice of energy, that definitely helps you here. This is below the Queen of Cups. So, of course, whatever Taurus moon. Okay, well, that makes sense. So I feel like you can connect through moon energy, around that, but you don't have to wait for a full moon or anything. But and the chariot is, moon, is ruled by the moon, so that makes sense. Moon energy it's literally right here in front of me with the chariot and the 10 of wands, right? So, but it's your power to choose to use that moon energy and how you use the moon energy. I feel like you're gonna develop a unique relationship. You already have a unique relationship with the moon, but I mean a new unique relationship with the moon. So, I feel like that's what they have for you. We'll grab your fortune cookie too. My goodness, what a great message. I love this. And it's amazing what past lives bring in. I have a friend of mine who has ordered, oh my gosh, I mean, probably 20 at least past life readings from me over the last few years. And it brings such wonderful information around those, right? Yeah, you do love the moon. So I feel like it helps people understand why I'm feeling the way I am, why I'm drawn into what I'm doing. And they're bringing back just an example. It's like they were asking about, I think I did a past life reading between them and their children's stepmother. And I knew nothing about the history, whatever. They're just like, "Can I have a reading?" I'm like, "Yeah." And so I did one, and I'm like, "Yeah, in this lifetime, you called him out and you got him thrown in jail." And and this and that, and then there was like 3 lifetimes, and I think 2 out of 3 of them, they, busted him and got him thrown into jail, and then they shared with me that in this lifetime, they tried to get her thrown in jail. And it was like, "What? No way." But there's this understanding like, "Well, that makes sense," you know? They wanted to see what that experience was like and, to be able to have that happen too, so isn't that funny? Anyway, your fortune cookie is your life force. Shazam! This fire energy with the joy guides. Card number 41. So your sensuality is awakening and your passionate appetites are in search of satisfaction. This is Taurus Venus energy. Isn't that amazing? I mean, when you think about the energy of the sensual, it's immediately goes to Taurus, and that's because it's ruled by Venus. Your attractive, seductive power, and flashing a green light of availability, um, I'm sorry, you are attractive, seductive, powerful, and you're flashing a green light, of availability, it says to your sensual partner. So, ooh la la, out there in the woods. But I feel like this is if of course, if that resonates for you, definitely, do this. But I feel like this is talking about this moon, Venus, Taurus moon energy is activating within you. This is what makes the world go around, and nothing is more intriguing and exciting than your life force asserting itself. The key to enjoying this fiery essence is containment. Control and direct your life force energy rather than allowing it to control and overwhelm you. Delight in your sensual self, which that's the senses, right? But be discriminating about where it leads you. Use your judgment. Raw life force is best partnered with reason and love. Enjoy your sensual forces pulsing through your being as you unleash your passions, but use your life force responsibly, not recklessly. So, your Joy Guides message is use your fiery passions creatively and intelligently. Align them with your heart and mind and not your body alone. So, I love this because I feel like they're giving you messages in that around how you're going to use this new energy, that 10 of wands energy of that moon energy, how you use it. And I feel like you're gonna get a lot of information, and that makes sense now with the King of Pentacles, the Taurus sensual energy. It's all about the 5 senses, and I feel like you're gonna get, like, you're gonna see things, but probably more with your 3rd eye, but you're gonna probably smell things, have tastes, have smells, maybe even hearing something triggers, um, information about past lives and touching things. So you might even be able to, touch someone like someone's object and know stuff about it. So I feel like there's even going to go more beyond what we were talking about, but I feel like it starts there. Past life information. It's like you're gonna be a scratch and sniff past life reader. That's funny. But that you get to, experience it a lot through the senses, but contain it so that you don't take it all on you. Allow it to be memory, not, the actual stuff. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. I like it. So many blessings. I'm excited for your adventure. So, of course, keep me in the loop, when you feel you would like to share, for sure. All right. And then Jojo, I do see your request here for your free reading. I'll add you on to the really free short list that's left. Yeah, it's blowing you away a little. I'm excited, but it's gonna get you out of your head about, "Oh, I can't do that." It's like, I'm so excited to be able to do that. So I like that. Right. So that's what they have for my dear. Cheers, cheers to you. Take a sip here. All right. So Daisy, you're up 348.21. You're very welcome, Deb Deb. So Daisy, there's your timestamp. And I think yours is up here. There you are. Let's give that a love and a like since it lets me. And oh yeah, this is the one where you said, I have more bad news, and at this point you need to write a book. Hey, you never know. Yeah, absolutely. It sounds like you're like, oh God. So you've had a week. So you want to know, will you receive all your funds back soon? You got scammed and you don't feel the best. I get you. Sometimes it's hard to see the what gift is in things for you, and it feels like you've had a bad week, right? So let's see what spirit has here for you. Will you receive all those back? What else do they want you to know? Just like you're like, I just know I need a happy message, please. I need something to rise my spirits. All right. All right. Yeah, you're gonna be good. You got the Page of Pentacles on the bottom of the deck here. So the Page of Pentacles is about abundance, energy that's coming in here. So things are about to do a nice switcheroo for you here, specifically for this scam that they have here. You've got the Ace of Swords, which new information is going to come in. A lot of clarity is going to come in. You have the 10 of Cups, which is joy and celebration, and the 9 of Pentacles, which is abundance. And that's basically saying you're going to get your funds back and you're going to be joyful about this here. So I feel like you're going to get some good news coming in around that. And here I'll do a when card for you, just based on current energies. Do we know when this will happen here? What can we know here? Yeah, we've got here when we have the Chariot, which so don't get bummed out about the date here yet because it has June 21st to July 22nd. But the Chariot is the power of choice energy. So that is a great card to get because this is about if you, with your power of choice, if you focus in on gratitude for what you do have and what you have had, that draws it in sooner versus if we focus in on, um, what's what bad things are happening, what fears we have, the want and the need, we actually push it further away. So if you adjust and that can be the Page of Pentacles too. It's in the Nine of Pentacles. It's about gratitude. If you focus in on that, then it can be sooner as well. So you're gonna email your life story after graduation. Yay! We'll get it published. Make it into a movie, right? Night night, Deb Deb. Sleep tight out there in the wilderness. All right. So so I like that. That's good energy coming in there. Let's see what else we have here. So you've got the 5 of Cups and the Ace of Cups, yeah. So here's the low vibrational emotions that you've been feeling, and you got the 2 of Cups, which is the power of emotional choice, and you got the Ace of Cups too, which is about happiness and finding your self-love and filling up and overflowing. So there is a transformational energy here with the 5 of Cups, which is that energy of things are going to be switching and changing, and they'll change faster as you know, turn inward for your self-worth and like your emotional fulfillment instead of outward. Because when we look at outward, that's the spilt cups, right? The 3 cups of the outside world, relationships, situations like jobs, education, social status, marital status, um, things like our bodies, our bank accounts, our possessions, all those things are unstable, right? Um, and constantly changing, constantly in flux. What we're looking for is something stable. And we find that when we go inward and upward, and we remember that we are eternally and unconditionally loved by the higher realm, right? That, uh, eternal means it never ends. That's pretty stable. Unconditional means no conditions because it only takes one to be conditional, right? And so when we realize it's unconditional, nothing I have to do to earn it, nothing I can do to lose it. If my worth is founded in that, that's very stable. And I realize I'm priceless. But when I define my worth by the outside world, that's retail price. And I end up on the clearance rack because that's what happens out there. Someone depends on it's fluctuating, depends on how someone's feeling and, you know, the energy and everything that's going on. 'Cause people don't see the world as it is, they see the world as they are. So if I'm in a pissy ass mood, I'm gonna think lower of everyone else. If I'm in a great mood, then I'm gonna think higher of everyone else. If I'm just in a mood, then everyone's gonna be, you know? So it's see how everyone's value is constantly changing depending on who's seeing things? And so there's this wonderfulness of going inward and upward. Even our viewpoint of our own self changes if we don't have that solid energy in there. Yeah, journey of healing. I love that. So I like this. I like this that, the conflict comes in and what you've been going through is a growing period. I've been reading this book by Humble the Poet, and one of the big phrases he says is there's no comfort in the growth zone, but there's also no growth in the comfort zone. So things become uncomfortable when it's time for us to grow. Obviously, you've been in a growth spurt with growing pains, right? So there is a reason, and it's pointing you all towards something that's going to set you free because the things that have been bubbling below the surface are coming out through conflicts in your life, both in relationships, in jobs, education, all that stuff, and in your body, and money, and whatever, right? So you've got these conflicts in the 3 buckets of the outside world, the 3 spilled cups, and they're spilling to show you that how easily they spill, but then it can come in here, and we can realize every moment I'm making a choice of the story that I'm putting to what's happening, and when I choose the story, there's an emotional soundtrack connected to that story that starts playing. And then my energy starts backing that up, and I start making physical choices based on that story. But when I change the story to something different, instead of it being, oh, this is happening to me, which is a victim energy, right? And then we get more victimhood, and then more things start happening, and they just kind of we keep drawing them in, right? It's almost like there's so many. If we put on one of those abusive dog collars that people put on dogs that when they bark, it shocks them. If we put it on ourselves and we bark, and then it um, I actually saw someone do this on like YouTube or Instagram, and they're like, "Oh my god!" And then they started. I think maybe it was a movie. Actually, I think it was like a one of those doctor movies, and they had it. Someone had it had um, melted shut, so they couldn't get it off, and so he was like, "Ow, ah," and every time he yelled, it kept shocking him. So one, voice of screaming caused more and more and more and more and more and more. But when we learn to be still, then we can remove the shock collar, right? But that's that energy, right? It's like when we change our story to instead of being something happening to us, it's happening for me. What gift is in this for me? The more we practice that, the more gifts we see in the world coming toward us instead of the pain, right? Below that, you do have the 5 of Pentacles. Yeah. So here's that, it's this journey of, you know, realizing the fears of being left behind, being left on the cold, fear of abandonment, fear of not having enough, fear of not being enough. So all this is pointing, like we said, back to this 5 of Cups, 5 of Pentacles, leading you to the 10 of Pentacles. Yeah. So this will lead you to a victory. This will lead you to fullness in our life, when we realize that everything does happen for us, like the Wheel of Fortune says, then um, then we experience life differently. So I feel like this is a big transformational time to be able to, where you are set free from a lot of this stuff that's bubbling below the surface that's impacting your life to bring you true abundance in your life. So it's worth it in the long run, but it's like school. You have to go through all that drudgery to be able to get to the thing that you want, to get to the degree, to get to the master's, to get whatever it is, right? But you have to go through the steps for it. You have to do the work for it, but it's worth it in the end. Yeah, because you have adventure is your fortune cookie. Yay, your guardian angel saying, "What an adventure this is." So let's see what they bring in here for you. Experience, travel, discovery, expansion. So, as your soul and spirit have grown enough to safely venture beyond the familiar, you're now free to expand your horizons. Your guardian angel is by your side, encouraging you to fearlessly explore new territory and seek new experiences. Your soul is outgrowing your present circumstances and is determined to discover more. Trust your curiosity. There's so much more for you to experience and become. Sign up for the Italian or photography class, the yoga retreat in Greece, the university course, and dive right in. Don't allow anyone to discourage, guilt trip, scare, criticize, or make fun of you, or try to stop you as you venture out. Do not be afraid or be deterred. You're about to embark on a wonderful, life changing expansion of your life. Wow. And your guardian angel's message to you: spread your wings and fly, baby. So I like that. Look, and there's even breaking the chains. See, those are the chains that you're breaking through these experiences. You're recognizing the chains. You said, "Do you remember being worried about assignments, but I know now that I shouldn't be. My work has been great." Yeah, right. So hopefully this transition comes with more abundance. Well, by all this, it sure looks like it. So hopefully that helps a little bit, Daisy. That's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. I greatly appreciate that. Hang in there. All right. Cheers to you. Cheers, cheers. That's great. You're being set free. All right. So up next, we have Michelle Smith, and then Rami, and then Ashvin, and then Maria P. And if I don't have any other donations after that, we'll go into the last couple free readings. So, Michelle, we are at 40103. So here is your time stamp, and thank you for your donation via Zcash app. Appreciate that. And peace to you. Ancestors message. All right, let's see what we got here. So, ancestors message. What do they want you to know? Boom. Got that. I feel like we have these for over here. That one here. Those below. That one below. Those there. All right. Okay, these go. All right, I think I got it all set up here. So the bottom of the deck, you do have the Four of Cups coming in here. Not Four of Cups, Four of Pentacles. I don't know where I saw cups. Four of Pentacles. And there's this energy of home that's coming in for that for you. The homeland. So it's like the ancestors are pointing you back to what would be considered the homeland of your ancestors. And what is this? Well, I guess we'll find out more here. They're not giving more. They're just like, that is the underlying energy of the reading. This is about homeland. All right. So let's take a look. Your first card that came up, Eight of Swords. There is something about letting go of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that keep you blinded and trapped and restricted. I feel like this is like they're inviting you to the homeland to go visit your ancestral lands. And this Eight of Swords is about that you have been and you'll continue to cut away the beliefs and thoughts around that you can't, like, that are you feel are keeping you from doing it. And they're helping eliminate the stuff that feels restricting to it. So I like that. They're like, "We're involved now." I like that. Then you have next on your little progression here, you've got 1 card with 3 underneath. So this one is, yeah, so the 8 of Swords going to the 10 of Swords. The removal of, "I'm just sick and tired of trying to live up to everyone else's expectations. I'm gonna do this." It's almost like there's this freedom with this. It's like if you're gonna go do something, like, you can get, like, um, I'm gonna join a group that goes over and they go on tours. It's like a tour guide, tour team, whatever, and they're like, "No, no, we're not gonna have it organized. This is more of you doing your research, you going. You don't have to go alone, but if, it's you're going on your own adventure, not an organized tour, if that makes sense, which probably is cheaper. It can be sometimes. But I feel like there is this, um, stepping out of the fear, stepping out of the expectations, and start doing the research, start doing the planning. Below that 10 of Swords, you have 3 cards. Yeah, you got the King of Cups. There's this beautiful balance, or this individual who's very balanced between head and heart that can help. It might even be one of your relatives that you might know, or that we can you can connect with, that you could stay with, and they'll show you all around, and they'd be excited about it. And maybe it's about reaching out to them, and if you don't know them, to get to know them. I feel like there's, like, obviously traveling at this time of Earth's not Earth, sorry, Earth, humanity's little conflicts, but I feel like you can do the research so that when you're ready, you can go, and I feel like they're kinda saying this, yeah, because we got the 7 of Pentacles, take your time, the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit, so there's no time pressure because 'cause we've got time to have things kinda simmer down in the world. Yeah, because then there will be an opportunity that comes up, and looks like it'll be fun there'll be funds, available for this. So interesting. If you've ever been interested in going to the homelands, I feel like they're very much inviting you. Alright, let's see what else we have here. Yep, so the 5 of Pentacles. This is about trusting that spirit, is the one who takes care of your abundance and sustenance, and this is about leaving behind, you know, any kind of lack thoughts and beliefs, and, allowing that to switch around. Underneath that, yeah, you do have this star card, the dream come true, right? That, we can look past this, and that this is part of this, connection energy that comes in. I do feel like there's something about reaching out to relatives, or, that they're excited to hear about, you know, from different people, and you get to learn about your heritage, and everyone loves the stories that come out. It's almost like a mini kind of family reunion, but it's through little groups of families getting to know each other and connecting. And that you just kinda help connect things by wanting to go visit, if this resonates for you. It might even be I mean, if you don't wanna physically travel, you can travel through, correspondence, as well. Let's see what else comes in here. Yeah, because here's all this transitional energy, the 5 of Cups. I feel like it does help heal some emotional, uh, relationships here. Yeah, and the Lovers card. You create some beautiful relationships with people, But with this 5 of cups and the Lovers card, I do feel like it helps bond broken or relationships with parts of the families that have kind of separated, and it kind of brings people back together in the sense of we're all part of this tree of life, kind of, well, the family tree. So interesting. I like this. So I feel like that's the big message for right now. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in, see what else they want to add in. Let's see what we've got. Let me just put these cards back into the deck here. Different spots. But how fun. I'm a huge introvert, and that doesn't sound fun to me. But there is something within me that I'd be like, wow. That's funny that that's a star card is Aquarius energy because the Aquarius sun would love the group and the community. Oh, yeah. Well, that makes sense that you got the star card Aquarius because it is about, you know, the group, the tribe kind of energy. So that's makes sense. But that kind of does it. Yeah, you got decisions, number 11. Decisions, decisions. And this is your higher self. So let's see here. Number 11. So you are now or will soon face many choices and may not be sure what to do. Leave or stay in a job, terminate or recommit to a relationship, stop or continue a creative project, go to work or stay home with kids. Life presents everyone with an endless stream of choices, and figuring out what's best is not usually simple. Fortunately, your higher self is here to help you make the best choice among so many. Your divine self will guide you if you're willing to drop some of the balls you presently juggle. The key is identifying what you care about right now rather than caring for the needs of others. Focus on your priorities and don't let yourself be overwhelmed or sidetracked by the demands and expectations of those around you. This doesn't mean abandoning your responsibilities to those in real need of care, such as small children or vulnerable others who depend on you. It means being fully centered in self care and refraining from over caretaking competent adults who are responsible for themselves. You aren't abandoning anyone by doing this. Your higher self simply reminds you not to abandon yourself. Put yourself first right now. It is the best thing to do. Your higher self's message says, don't try to be all things to all people. Take care of yourself now, which is great. In the message that they gave here, it's not about you solving everyone. It's about you being you and doing what you love, and following your heart in your adventures. It naturally will help people heal just by you being you and you doing what you're wanting to do and adventuring where you want to adventure. So that's what they have for you, Michelle. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. Appreciate you. All right. And then we have Rami. You're up for 11:15 is your timestamp. There you go. And I think your donation is up here. There you are. Let's give that a love and a like since it lets me. So thank you for that. And anything you need to know. Let's take a look here. What does Spirit feel you need to know right now? All right. And then with these, I do want this one and these two and that one. All right. Let's see what we got here. Scooch these out. And we are ready. So the bottom of the deck, you do have the Queen of Pentacles. There's this energy here about you taking care of yourself. Queen of Pentacles is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. This is, you know, don't worry a lot about all these other people. You got this Five of Wands, which is a lot of drama around you. And it feels like there's this energy that you're the one that usually everyone expects to be the peacemaker and to solve their problems. Sorry, scooch off. Just really been sitting here for 4 hours. My butt is getting numb, my buns. Um, but it's time here for you to focus in on you and let them figure things out among themselves. You can just focus on your individual relationships with people, not have to try to solve it between them. And there's this energy about nurturing yourself, putting yourself first instead of you get the crumbs that are left over and you give everything to everyone else first. You get to fill up, everyone else gets the overflow. And that's a beautiful gift you can give the world is a healthy, full, overflowing you. Because if you're drained, you're not being the best self and you're not being able to give the gift of who you are. You're exhausted. So this is maybe resentful sometimes too, right? So it's this everyone can take care of themselves. You get to fill up and let everyone else have the overflow. So I like that underlying message. You do have the Two of Swords and the Eight of Wands. I do feel like there's a lot of um, opportunity here and a lot of pressure around making some decisions with this Two of Swords. And this could be that some decisions come in quick here that you have to make. And in making these with that underlying energy is choose what is best for you in those, not, oh, well, I'll do this because I know this would be better for them kind of energy. Cause this is that self sacrifice. And it's like that a time now is for you to take care of you. Where if someone goes, "What kind of ice cream do you want?" "This one's your favorite," but you're not sure what they like. You're like, "Well, what do you like? What do you want?" And they're like, "No, no, you choose." And you're like, "Oh, I think they like this, so I'll choose this other one." No, choose the one you want, and they'll eat the other one because 'cause they're offering. So allow yourself to receive what you like instead of sacrificing. And so that is whatever decisions are coming up, choose for you and for your heart because everyone else is going to choose for themselves and you're allowed to be selfish. I know what a dirty word, right? But no, it's a healthy thing and you teach others that it's okay for them to choose for them and everyone is full. And then it teaches us to communicate because if that person offering ice cream, if they really wanted this one, then they would have said, "Here, do you want this?" Not giving an option, and then you choose the one they wanted, and they're like, "Oh, rah, 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 rah," it creates honesty the more that we, "Oh, thank you. I will take that. I appreciate that. Oh, you were supposed to say no. Well, then don't offer, right?" That's funny. But I like that example. Let's see what else we got here. Yeah. And you also have the Eight of Cups and the Page of Wands. The Eight of Cups is about walking away from relationships that don't serve you anymore. Sometimes it's about emotions that don't serve anymore, but I feel like they're really focusing on relationships, which give you this new Page of Wands, which gives you this new energy. What this means is you're evaluating, kind of doing an inventory of where you're investing your emotional energy. And if you're consistently over giving to someone, 70, 80, 90% of the emotion comes from you, the emotional energy in a friendship or a relationship. It can be friends, family, lovers, it can be anyone. And they're only consistently giving 10, 20, 30%, right? Relationships can fluctuate, and that's normal. That's healthy, right? Some days I can only give 10, they give 90. Other days I give 90, they only can give 10. Some days we can only give 10 each and we make up the difference in the middle going, we're just going to get through this day. That's all we can give. But if it's consistently off balance, then you can back off and only give 50%. And if they make up the difference, then the relationship can continue, right? And you get that 30% or 10, 20, 30% more of that energy back to fill up your emotional energy, and then you're energized. And then some you're like, "That one needs to go." You get all of the energy back, but it's about realizing where you're investing your emotional energy because it brings you back a lot of energy into your life. Because then you're not so exhausted. You do have the Three of Cups, which is this tribe, this friends group. I do feel like part of this Eight of Cups is you're making space for these relationships that don't serve you anymore to allow new relationships to come in that do match your energy. And that's what this Three of Cups, this joyful. And I don't feel like you're like letting three go and then three show up. I feel like you're letting, you're backing off of a lot of relationships and letting other things go. But there are, because your heart won't allow new ones to come in until you've built up this emotional bank that's kind of running on empty almost, right? You feel exhausted, and so there's this emotional energy return as you let people go and you're not putting that emotional energy into all these people. Then here comes your, I feel like it would be like 3 of you, 2 besties that you just all are 3 peas in a pod. You have similar energies, you like the same things, and it's people that you give equally to each other. It's not overgivers anonymous, right? So I like that. Underneath that, you do have the 4 of Wands, which is another joy and celebration energy. And we do have this temperance energy, which is Sagittarius energy. And it is that you can turn anything into a golden opportunity, and it grows together here too. And I like this, all this positive, fun, happy energy. And it's time to play. It's time to allow yourself the space and have the energy to play. And you do have 2 playmates that come in, and it's wonderful. I like this. Yeah, because the 4 of Cups, there is this emotional stagnancy that you're ready to let go of. You're ready to move beyond this because it's time for emotional growth, and part of this is letting go of that emotion that doesn't serve you anymore. So, I like this for you. We'll see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. I like it. You might even meet, some friends at a some sort of gathering. That 4 of Wands is like marriage, celebration, so, like, maybe a wedding or a celebration of some kind. You might meet one of your besties there and maybe one at a different one, but, doesn't have to be, but it feels like that's there. Alright, let's see your fortune cookie here. You have endings. Well, there we go. That's from your nature spirits, card 45. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, leaving, termination, divorce, end of the line. So it says you might be in a bad situation and nothing good can come from continuing. It is undeniably time to move on, whether from a bad marriage, an unhealthy relationship, a lousy job, living in the wrong location, or simply not feeling connected any longer to where you are and what you're doing. However, a quick escape will only make things worse. What is called for now is a grounded decision to move on with an honest, open admission and acceptance that things have come to an end here for you. Clearly communicate to all involved that you're ready to leave. This does not mean running off with the first person who pays attention to you before ending your current relationship, or walking off a job, leaving coworkers who count on you in the lurch without proper and fair notice. Instead, inform those involved of your plans to move on. Treat them with respect and go with dignity rather than slip away and say nothing. Be thoughtful and considerate as you cut your ties. You will be glad you did this in the long run. Life often turns full circle, and while relationships do end, you will encounter these same people later in other circumstances and will want to have goodwill in place when you do. Your loving nature spirits are here to cool your temper and passion and bring about balance and calm as you cut the cords and exit. They know it's time for you to move on, but want to assist you in leaving properly. Ask your nature spirits to help summon your highest self and treat everyone involved with kindness and without blame. Endings are, at minimum, disruptive and more often difficult and painful, even when they are necessary. The nature spirits are here to soothe this pain and ease emotions as much as possible. Can't make this up. This is exactly what you're talking about, right? Your nature spirit's message to you: be respectful as you let go and move on as gracefully as possible. I like it. So there is this new creation, some significant changes. So that's what they have for you, Rami. Hopefully that helps. And many blessings to you. Cheers, cheers. Thanks again for the donation. All right, let me take a sip here. All right. You're very welcome. Are you ready? Do you have your list already? These people are going. All right. So, Ashvin Ray, you're up for 2253 is for yours. And let's give yours a love and a like there since it lets me. Boom, boom, boom. All right. All right. Yeah. And you did say your mother has left the earth in physical form anyway. And you want to know her thoughts about you on her last days and any last wishes. All right. Yeah. Let's connect with her. She, of course, the moment she slipped out of that human body to reconnect fully with her higher self was already in, on the other side, as we say, right? Excuse me. And so she just reconnected more fully with her higher self, but she was immediately present next to you and all the loved ones. She doesn't have to share herself with everyone. She can be with each individual loved one as if you're the only one that she's with. She'll be with you. She knows every thought, every emotion that you've had your entire life. Don't worry. She's also in a place of unconditional love, no judgment. She's so grateful and thankful that she gets to understand you so much more in this higher realm as this higher being than as this human with restrictions and limitations. So she gets to really appreciate you so much more than she ever could have as a human. So let's take a look here and see what she has here. What were her thoughts about you on her last days? What does she want you to know? Good things. This one, and this one, and this one. And any last wish? I feel like we do want this here. And these two here. All right. Yeah. I love this that she's like starts off at the bottom of the deck here going, "Look, I am seeing things from a different perspective now. I have transformed. I am, I'm not no longer this character. I'm this actor behind the character, a powerful, supernatural, eternal spirit being made of unconditional love." She's has the Ace of Cups. She is, "I am full and overflowing with emotion and love now." And so I like that, being the underlying energy just to start off with what she's wanting to say. I'm seeing everything from a place of unlimited and unconditional love. So my viewpoints are totally different than me as a human. Her thoughts about you on her last days as the human, yeah, she felt very balanced here. You got the Justice card, the Six of Swords. She was leaving behind a lot of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, and she was in a very peaceful place. She says, going from choppy waters to calmer waters, very balanced energy. She felt like her mind was much more balanced in the last days. At least that was her perception, how she experienced it. No matter how everyone outside of her experienced it, she's like, "This is how I experienced it." Everyone can have their own stories, but this is how I experienced it. What else did she want you to know here? Yeah. And I feel like here with the 3 of Pentacles and the King of Pentacles, there's this message from her for you about being true to your authentic self and to not to not squash or squelch. That's a different word. Squelch your creativity and this unique expression of who you are by trying to fit in. And she goes, I feel like she's saying here, you'll always have what you need, but when you try to fit in and be who you think you're supposed to be, then you don't get to express the trueness of who you are. Not that she had regrets, but she's like, because she's speaking through the character of who she was, but from a higher perspective, she's like, abundance doesn't come from outside, abundance comes from you expressing yourself. Authenticity is one of the highest, most fulfilling energies and emotions. And I feel like she's saying here, I I know I might have tried to box you in because I was boxed in as my parents were boxed in and their parents were boxed in to all these rules. But there's like this break free and be true to your authentic self is like a message from her to you. Disregard all my other things I told you before. This is what be free. She's funny. And then what else does she have here? Yeah. So she's like, it's okay to mourn for me. The Five of Cups is a card of sorrow. She's like, it's okay to cry for me. It's okay to do that. But this is funny how this emperor energy is, but don't do it for too long because I'm fine. I'm in a wonderful, beautiful place. You're the one left in the suffering land. So I like this that she's coming in going with this Aries energy of the emperor. This is a great opportunity when you're in this to understand what is it that you want for your life. Because she's saying here, and when we experience loss, and she experienced loss in her life, so she's sharing it with you that when you experience loss, when a human character that's involved in our life goes and is no longer here in that body, the frailty of humanity, of our humanness, our temporariness of our human, really is a wake up call to why am I not living the life I want now? If I wait too late, it'll be over. And so she's telling you, yeah, exactly. She goes, mourn me, that's fine. She goes, you can cry for me, give 3 days. She goes, 3 days is enough. Then let's go. Let's go. You know, you can move on to your life. And I'm with you. I want you to go on an adventure. I don't want to stand around you crying over me all the time. She goes, feel your emotions, let them flow, let them out, cry, cry, cry. Fill an ocean with tears for 3 days. Then let's go. Let's move forward. Let's go on in life. I'm with you. I'm ready for an adventure with you, and I will always be by your side. So she's all about just get all the noise out of your head, sit back, connect with your heart. What do you want to do? If you had 3 days left to live, what would you want to do with your life? And let's go do that. Not that you only have 3 days left, but that's what she's saying is look at life that way and let that direct you. I'll do it later, later. She goes, you wait and then later never comes. She's like, live your life now. And so she's really enforcing that. Her last wish, Eight of Pentacles with the Knight of Wands. Yeah, Knight of Wands. And the Three of Wands. It's an interesting energy with that. Her last wish is to transform. This Eight of Pentacles is like transformation from a caterpillar to a butterfly. And she goes, butterflies, I know they're overdone, but butterflies are going to be one of the ways that I communicate with you. You're going to see a lot of butterflies online, in person, on people's clothes, on different things. She goes, I'm going to butterfly you to death all over the place. Butterflies, butterflies, butterflies. But this is about transformation, about change your life from doing what you think you're supposed to do what you want to do. This Knight of Wands is follow your passions, take action on your passions. And the Three of Wands is about go a different direction than you thought you were, that because it's supposed to, the should. So her last wish to you is live your life, live your passions. Don't try to live up to what everyone else is wanting you to do. Go do you, because I'm with you and I want to go have fun. I don't want to just feel like you're imprisoned. I want you to be free to go love and do what you want to do. So I love that. It's a beautiful message. Let's see what the fortune cookie brings in here too. It's additional message from her. Okay. All right. And Prayer, your guardian angel. Number 1. I like it. Let's see what we got here. Nurturance, love, support, and affection. Oh, wow. I love this. So, your guardian angel asks you to open your heart and reconnect with your divine mother, the unconditional, eternally loving source of all your needs, of which your mom is a part of that. Her unlimited support and nurturing are available now and always. I feel like this is from her, right? You can connect with this unconditional love and soul nourishment through daily prayer. There's no wrong way to pray. Simply allow your heart to open and pour out your concerns and worries to the Divine Mother in your own way. Do not overthink this most natural inner communication. Your loving Divine Mother knows your needs and hears your prayers in your heart. She loves you and will help you now. Wow. Your guardian angel assures you that your prayers will be answered by your Divine Mother. Pray for your best outcome in all matters instead of only what you want right now. There may be better answers than the ones you wish for at this moment. Your guardian angel encourages you to pray to the Holy Mother every day, then relax. So, your guardian angel's message to you: pray to your Divine Mother now, and your prayers will be answered. She will answer you. So, as you reach out to her, you can do that, right? So, I love that. So, Divine Mother energy coming in for messages from your mother. She is powerful. All right. That's what they have for you, Ashvin. Hang in there. I send you tons of love. All right. And Ankita, hello, hello. I see your question. We'll get you added onto the free list here. And we've got Kath. Hey, Kath. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for being a new subscriber and being here. And Silent Bloom. Hello, hello. We'll get you onto, whoops, try that again, onto the free reading list here as well. I only have one more donation, and then I'm going on to finish out the free readings. I finished everything earlier. I just got 4 on here now. And Kath, if you want a donation, you can do that. If you want a deep dive read, or if you want to do a free question, they're like 1 to 2 card readings. Just put your question out there. I'll add you onto the list as well. If you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat or whatever. Down in the description area of the video, have my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Square, and Google Pay, if you'd like as well. I don't have any set dollar amounts, but all the deets are down in the description area if you're wanting to check it out. All right. So Maria P, we got 435.53. So thank you for your additional donation. Here's all 3 of your timestamps from this eve, and let's dive into your questions here. All right. So let's dive deeper into work for you and more on Wally. All right, let's take a look here. So what do they want you to know about work for you? Okay. And then for more about Wally. Just those on this one too. All right. Oh, okay. 1 and 4 and 1 and 4. Interesting. So the bottom of the deck, both for work and for Wally, really for anything in your life, you've got the 2 of Swords. And the 2 of Swords energy that comes in talks about the power of story, right? Whatever happens in the outside world just is until it gets in this little noggin, and then you create the story about what it means. It's meaningless until it gets in here. And a lot of our stories, until we start consciously choosing our stories, are really, we're running on autopilot from all the stories we've been given from other people growing up on this is what that means. Okay, when that happens, that's what it means. I'm not thinking, I'm just reacting and applying an old story to a new situation. So this is the power of I get to decide what things mean in my life. So I like that. For work, you do have the Two of Cups. So you also have the power of emotional choice. And I feel like this is an important energy. Again, you choose the story, you also choose the emotional soundtrack that goes with that story. So with work, there is this you get to choose how you feel about any situation. So with the Two of Cups, that's relationship energy. So I feel like relationship energy at work is very important. And we talked about that a little bit, that Three of Cups. So diving in a little bit more because they keep bringing this up, and I feel like it's an important thing because of what people have chosen to do or not do, say or not say, at work, there were stories that you applied to certain people about, well, and they did that, that means they're this type of person, that they mean this about me and they think this about me. And we have all these stories we created around it without really knowing if it's true or not. We just assume and by the stories you've had growing up, you've applied it to them, right? And they're like, "But that's not true." You get to decide going, "You know what? When people said these things or, you know, were had these actions, this was telling me about them. They were not acts of love, they were acts of a cry out for love, an expression of their fear." So it wasn't about me. Their actions were not about me, they were telling me about them. So there's this beautiful awareness going, "You know what? I can begin to see people differently when I realize that their actions had nothing to do with me, that their actions were all about them. And then how I responded to it all tells me about me, and I can make those changes." But this energy of changing your story and changing your emotional choices at work, is very important for you, and it brings you these 4 cards with that. Yeah, because it does result in newer, higher opportunities when you are healing, relationships between you and others at work, and, because other people support you, because your approach to people changes, because you're approaching out of love and compassion instead of hatred and resentment, right? It's not everybody, there's just a couple, right? Um, but so it does bring you that abundance there. It also allows you to feel differently. The high priestess, she's very intuitive, very connected emotionally, and because when you're going in with these stories and these emotions, your experience of the workplace is also lower vibration. But when you go in with this change and you start changing your relationships, it becomes easier. It becomes a place that you enjoy and a place that you feel that we all belong to instead of feeling isolated at times. So this is not expecting everyone else to change, but going inward into your high priestess temple, reflect, understand your emotions, understand where you're coming from. Then you can start changing the stories and the emotions. Yep, you have the Four of Cups. There's this stagnancy of emotion here. It's time for emotional growth at work. That usually this person's bored, but this is like stubbornness is what it's coming through here. It's like offering you being the person to offer, you know, not with expectation, "Oh, I'm gonna do this and then they're gonna give this back to me," but reach like how they say it, like an olive branch, how you're offering, I'm sorry, it'd be something like, "I'm sorry for what experiences we've had in the past. I would like to change the relationship we have at work, and I would like to, you know, see what we can do to make it, a more kinder relationship between us. And I would like to start." And they're like, What?" Or whatever, however you feel you wanna go about it, right? But that's why I love that they were talking about learning the art of communication more, that, there's, different books that are out there that are available that help us understand. Nonviolent Communication was an amazing book. which if you're interested, I think it's, um, do I mention it? I think I mentioned it in one of my recent podcasts. I mentioned a couple books. Um, it was Nonviolent Communication by someone. I can't remember their name offhand, but um, I feel like that is important. Yeah, because the conflict, the 5 of Swords, it's time to end the conflict, and put that behind and forgive and release so you can, and forgiveness, I know, I don't want them to get away with it, but they're not, um, they're not being impacted by the poison that you're taking from not having forgiveness for them, right? This is this energy of pouring out the wrath, choosing to not be a vessel of pain because of someone else's actions, that you get to pour out and become a vessel of love, and then it changes your world and it changes your experience. It also opens up flow at work and allows for more opportunities, right? Because that restrictive energy follows you. Um, so, so that's what they have for work, and then for Wally, yeah, the Queen of Swords. I mean, they do see you as this compatible person, right? We get the Queen of Swords all the time, for you, or the King of Cups, but quite often the Queen of Swords energy, right? And so this is this, um, Wally feels like you're so compatible for each other. And even though, sometimes I feel like here's that change of story for you is sometimes you feel because you guys have conflict that, oh, this isn't going to work out, or that, oh, there's something wrong. This isn't a good relationship. But every relationship has conflict. It's what you do with the conflict and what you learn. Learning to communicate again is an important energy, because conflict will be in everything until we learn to communicate. One, learn to communicate with ourselves and understand ourselves, and then how we can communicate with others from a place of curiosity and at a place of trying to convince people to behave the way we think they should, right? So there is this change of story with Wally about, that we are very compatible. And any other story, why am I thinking that? Where's the fear that's in it? And is that a story I'm regurgitating from the past? Oh, when someone does that, that means this. And you're like, does it? When they do that, and rather than assuming I know why they're doing that, let me get curious and ask them. So when you say things like that, what is your intention behind saying that? Are you just venting, or are you wanting me to do something with that? Or are you saying there's something that you would like me to change? Or, it's that communication instead of I'm supposed to know, so don't ask questions. It's about communicating, right? And I feel like that's a big important part of this here. Yeah, we got the King of Pentacles. I feel like they know that, and we talked about this before, but the King of Pentacles, there's so much about wanting to be a provider, wanting security and solidity, both for themselves and for whoever they're with, right? They're a lot of what they're doing is trying to build a strong foundation. And so that's the change of story, right? I can look at it, oh, they're just dragging their feet. They don't want to do this. They're not going to do it. I just know it. Did it. All the fears, and we spin out and all these thoughts instead of they're trying to build a secure future for themselves. And for me, if I'll stick with them, that's what they're wanting to do. So they're going about it slowly for us, not doing something to me, right? So I like that change of story. Yeah. We got the 7 of Swords, this fear of being cheated on and being lied to. That is a different, not a different, but it comes up quite a bit. That's one of your biggest fears. And so changing the story about what it would mean. I know facing that fear is the scary thing, right? But it's already impacting us below the surface of I don't want to talk, I don't want to think about it. I want to think about it. I'm just afraid that it's going to happen. But when you face the fear and you realize that if for some bizarre reason they chose to get back with the dragon and catch on fire and die, or find someone else, you would be fine. You know, when we face the fear of the story, well, if they do this, that means my life is devastated. It's like, does it have to be? No, that's a story that we had from the past that we feel like we have to apply to a future moment that hasn't happened. If it does happen, you know what? You're like, I will find love again because look at me, psh, psh, right? You're like, I have no trouble finding more love. I have people waiting in the shadows to come snatch me up. I will never be without love. And what I'm afraid of is the story of what it means if that happens. So it's getting to that. Changing that story will free you from not worrying about what they do or don't do, what they say or don't say. You can be Beyonce. I don't know why that came in. You know, Beyonce doesn't care. She'd kill someone if they cheated on her. No, you wouldn't kill him, but she wouldn't be like Beyonce. She'd be like, "Your loss, not mine. Bye." There's plenty of people that will love me, and I feel like that's an important energy to look at. You have the Leo strength card energy here, and I feel like regarding Wally and relationships, I feel like is what they're really focusing in here is that you are so much stronger than you've been taught to believe. You have overcome 100% of everything you've ever gone up against in your life. That's a great, um, what do they call it? A great, great score. It's not what the word I'm looking for, but it's a great record. 100%, or you'd be dead right now if you didn't overcome all those things. So I feel like they're showing here about changing the story of your situation with Wally and any relationship you've ever had. I feel like Wally's just the poster child for reviewing and looking at these things that have been repetitive cycles in past relationships. And you'll continue to repeat them until you look at them, right? Yeah, because it comes down to everything is about your quest for self love. That Knight of Cups. They're on a quest for that Ace of Cups, that is your self-love, and, um, and I say this a lot in my podcasts, so if you haven't checked out my podcasts, highly recommend that you do, because there's a lot of wonderful tools on how to transform and find our self-love, because that's our journey, that's our adventure. We're here, discovering love, finding our self-love by experiencing the mirrors. Every relationship in the outside world is a mirror of our self-love. So everyone is pointing back to us. Parents, children, coworkers, lovers, exes, whatever. Everyone's reflecting back to us. We're all mirrors for each other. We have no idea what someone sees when they look at us. We only know what we see when we're looking at others. Those are reflections showing us our self-love. We can't give more love to others than we have for ourselves, nor receive love from others more than we have for ourselves, right? I know we talked about when my self-love is like this, no matter how much love I want to push out, drip, drip, no matter how much love someone wants to give me, drip, drip. The more I expand my self-love, the more I'm able to give and receive love to the outside world too. So I feel like those are your messages. Hopefully that helps. I know if that was the deep dive you were looking for, but that's the deep dive they gave you. All right. So that's what they have for you, Maria. Thank you again for your multiple donations and many blessings to you. All right. And I think that is it for my donations. So we're going to jump into the final free readings here. Yeah, we're almost at 5 hours. Goodness, goodness. I love it. So many messages from Spirit. We learn so much. So let me grab it here. So I only have 4 left. Ravit will be up first, and then Jojo, and then Ankita, and then Silent Bloom is who I have here. So uh, if I don't get any others before I finish up, then that will be it for tonight. And we will go from there. So Ravit, you're up. 4:52:10 is your timestamp here. Boom, boom. And you want to know Pruva's current feelings towards you. Will this work out? Do I need to walk out? All right, let's take a look here. So, what are the current feelings and what is Spirit's energy about what's best for you there? So, what are their current feelings here? Well, it feels like they're still trying to figure things out. Got the King of Wands energy, which is an energy of like they've cleared the throne room, they're sitting with their feelings, their thoughts. They're trying to figure out what they want to do, what are the next steps. Um, and so they're kind of in this, I would say, this middle stagnant, not stagnant place. What's it called? When you're in between, um, making a decision. I'm kind of in that, um, I would say vertigo. That's not it. They are spinning in vertigo, but they're in that little in between. I'm not sure what I want to do space. And so they're contemplating and their feelings. The Wands energy is passion. So they have still attraction energy there, but I don't feel like they're an emotional type of person. I feel like they express their emotions more as motion and more as like passion and attraction energy than they do as emotional kind of actions, if that makes sense. So they're more of a fire person, passion than a watery emotional person, right? Um, will this work out? Do you need to walk out? I have the 10 of Pentacles. There is a possibility here of abundance that comes in here, but I feel like it's important to understand what you're wanting from a relationship with the 10 of Pentacles. There is this energy, um, I don't know, it's like this energy of what do I want? Not, well, how do they feel towards me? Because that depends to determine what I want to do. It's like, how do you feel about the relationship? Not the potential of who they could be, but what they're giving to you now. Does that match up to what you're wanting in a relationship? Your the things that make you feel like you are desirable and loved and this, have they been giving it to you, and have you seen it from them? Because I used to fall in love with the potential of who someone could be, not who they were, and just because they have potential doesn't mean they're gonna choose to do it, and they usually didn't. So, I know I'm an expert in that field of, "Oh, potential. No, no, you know, do I love who someone is, not who someone could be?" And I feel like that's an important energy for you to decide because, um, spirit doesn't have a should, like, "Oh, you should do this, you should do that." I feel like the question they're asking you to help you determine it for yourself, what you wanna do, because it's your life, you have power of choice and free will. They're like, "Is this relationship, is it bringing you what you want?" Not potential, but truly, is it bringing you what you want? Because if they can't do it now, it's like an interview. If people suck in an interview, they're not gonna do any better on the job because usually people fake a lot in an interview and really embellish, and then they end up not being able to perform. But if they already are in the interview kind of not doing well, you're like, I don't think this is gonna work out." So I feel like you get to decide, and if you're like, really sit with yourself and go, "What is it that I want?" You don't have to wait on them to decide, you get to decide and go, "No, I don't want this anymore." Or, "Yeah, it is bringing me these things. Then let me focus on what they are doing and not focus on what they're not." Because then you focus on what they are bringing and what you love about them, you'll get more of that. If you focus on what's not happening, you get more of that. So, hopefully that helps, Ravi. And please feel free to check out my free podcast series, The Easier Path. We talk a lot about relationships and stuff in there too, if you're interested. All right, so that's what they have for you. Many blessings. And then Jojo, we're at 4:56:54. Are you still awake with your coffee hangover? Poor Jojo. So you thigh pop in a free question and general reading. Let's take a look here and see what does spirit have here. All right. Those, this one, and what else? Nope, none of those. This one. It was interesting. Like I had these cards pop out, and they're like, "No, not that one. That one." Okay. Again, these. No, not that one. That one. It's like there's this choice energy that's coming in here, Yeah, makes sense here. It feels here you got the 7 of Pentacles and the World card. Here's this ending of a significant cycle, the beginning of a new adventure coming in. And the 7 of Pentacles, they're kind of standing there looking at the fruit of what's been coming in, going, this fruit just isn't doing it for me anymore. You know, all these apples, I planted these apple trees and I have these apples, but why do I have all these apples? Why did I want apples? Oh, everyone else wanted apples for apple fritters, apple sauce, apple pie, blah, 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 right? And you're like, no, I want something else. And here is this transformation coming in here. It's look at the fruit of your life, I feel is the message. What is it that doesn't bring you anything anymore? Purge. If it doesn't bring you life, then it gets to go. And because I feel like they're prepping you, and this is has to do with the physical world. If you haven't been downsizing and getting rid of stuff, I feel like this is part because I feel like you're getting ready for a big change in your life of movement, right? Of a new adventure that's opening up, a new beginning. And I feel like this is important to let go, let go, let go of things that don't serve anymore so that you can move forward in a freer way of mind, of emotion, of energy, and a physical world too. So I feel like this is what they're saying here because there is this new time a coming here. And yeah, we got all these 4 signs. I think these are all the fixed. Yeah, because they got Aquarius and Taurus. These are the fixed signs, I believe. And Leo and who's an eagle? Is that Scorpio? No. Whoever the other fixed sign is. But this is about fixed energy changing, that the fixed are about to transform. And it's important to let go of that which no longer serves because here we go, travel light is kind of the message. So I like that for you, Jojo. So many blessings to you. Purging time. All right. Sleep well whenever you're able to sleep. All right. And then Ankita, you're up. 50003. So Ankita, here's your timestamp. Current feelings of Abhishek towards you. Your ex-boyfriend? Oh. Let's take a look here. Yeah, he's definitely trying to think here with the magician card. He's contemplating what kind of actions to take. The 5 of Pentacles is the fear of abandonment, the fear of being left behind, being left out in the cold, not being enough, not having enough. So this lack energy. And they're looking at, taking this action. So I kind of was semi kind of, trying to be funny by saying it was your ex-boyfriend, but this is that current energy, we talked about a little bit here. Um, was there something about 15 days? You got the Magician 1 and the 5 of Pentacles, the 5. But there is this, this fear of abandonment and not wanting to abandon. I think we talked about this before, right? It feels familiar that they're saying and bringing in here. They're wanting to take action, but they don't want to be the one to abandon. But they also fear abandonment. And this is why what keeps you guys together is the fear of abandoning each other and being the one being blamed and for hurting someone else. And it's like, if we both agree this isn't working out for us, and, like we talked about before, we're cheating ourselves out of being with someone that matches our energy and cheating the people that we'll end up with out of an opportunity of being with us. And for the sake of what? What is the loss that's here? What am I feel like I'm really losing? And I feel like that's a lot of what he's trying to figure out and think through. But those are things that you can think of too. What are you losing if you choose this, right? And if you're looking here going, well, what are they feeling? Because I need to know what they're feeling so I know what I can choose. And it's like, why? Right? There's this, and this is what we tend to do. It's a great question because we tend to go, I think I've mentioned before, Um, several of my relationships were because people showed interest in me, and I didn't even know they existed. As soon as they showed interest, I showed interest in them, just because they were showing interest in me. So my decision on being in a relationship or not was dependent on how they felt about me, and basically, it's I can take it or leave it, right? Because if oh, they want me, then I want them. They don't want me, oh, then I don't want them. And it's like, is it a transactional relationship then, right? Where I only want them if they want me and they're giving me what I want. But it's like, then that's not love. That's an arrangement. That's not love. When you realize, yeah, it's more of this wanting to be wanted energy. Because if you really look at, and we talked a little bit a couple of readings ago, what do I feel I want from someone in a relationship? What do I want from a relationship? And really think about that. Not what I'm supposed to, but what really matters to me. And and if I'm not getting it from that, then that tells us what we are. And what do they want? Do they know what they want? And if I'm not giving that, and if we communicate, and I'm willing to give that to each other, then that's different. And also, what about what you're wanting from the relationship? Aren't you giving to yourself? Because that's the big thing. We're expecting a relationship and someone else to give us what we need to feel loved and, you know, feel worthy, when that needs to come from inside us. Because one of my big things was I wanted someone that respected me in my relationships because I felt disrespected by my past relationships. Well, I discovered that I needed to find respect for myself first, because no one can give me something I don't have for myself, right? So, some things to think about, Ankita. That's what they have for you right now. Okay. All right. And then Silent Bloom, you're up 5:04:49. Here is your timestamp. And spirit message for you, please. What does spirit want you to know here? Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, it feels here. You are in this stage here with the King of Wands here. They pretty much cleared the throne room of all the advisors, all the blah 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 blah, self-appointed advisors, everyone with their expectations of what the kingdom should be and all their information and yada 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 yada, right? And they, have everyone clear the throne room so that they can be silent and be quiet, get out of their head, go into their heart, find out what it is that they want to do, not what they think they're supposed to do, but what they want to do. Then they make a plan and take action behind it. Well, you do have kind of that energy here too with the Eight of Swords is about letting go of the thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that no longer serve you, those that made you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small, to set yourself free. So this is about getting out of your head and releasing yourself from these. And the Seven of Wands, which is about being true to your authentic self. Don't dim your light, not ask permission to shine, not defend what you're wanting to do with your life because it's your kingdom. Your life is yours. And instead of trying to please everyone else and live up to these expectations and these rules, and which are no really rules, those are just more opinions. It's about being set free, about choosing what it is I want to do, and then stepping boldly forward and pursue the life that you're wanting. But it's about taking time to get out of your head and into your heart so you know what it is you truly want, because you'll find yourself living someone else's dream instead of your own, and you feel like you're existing instead of when you follow your heart and you're living your dream, you feel like you're living. So I feel like that's the message for you right now. So many blessings to you, Silent Bloom. Right. Hey, Divine Soul, you got in right as the elevator doors are closing here. So we'll get you here. And this will be my last free reading, my last reading for this evening. I've been on for 5 hours, so we're going to close down after this. I will be back tomorrow. Yeah, because today's Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I'm on Wednesday through Sunday, so we will return tomorrow. So Divine Soul, you're at 5:07:33 is your timestamp here. And so what's his right intention for you right now? He blocked you. Love or just passing time? What's his right intention for you right now? He blocked you. All right, let's take a look here and see what we have here. What kind of energy comes in here? Yeah, it feels here, we've got the Two of Pentacles, which kind of feels like juggling. And this feels like more like passing time. If you're asking, is it just passing time or is it love? I feel like it's the circle, it's the pattern, it's something that they do while they're waiting to find someone like this Queen of Swords who is like they're trying to wait for this perfect compatible person that they have this idea of here, and that they'll hang around people and do things with people until um, either it becomes too scary, too burdensome in their mind, or um, they have an interest in, oh, maybe this is the person that's going to be this. But I just feel like it is this cycle that they do, and I feel like um, you deserve to be with someone that is like this, perfect balance between head and heart, that knows how to communicate, not block you, not do this. So if someone, I like it. There's this, I watched someone on Instagram, several people, and I forget who it is. I should share it with all you guys. I'll find it one of these days because they talk about how someone acts in difficulty tells you a lot about how they'll treat you in a relationship going forward. So if someone runs and blocks and acts like a child instead of an adult and will be willing to communicate and be upfront, even about, you know what, something's going on and difficult and this isn't really working out for me, if they're not going to communicate in this now, how's it going to be in a close relationship? Worse, right? So when someone shows you who they are, let them show you who they are. And I feel like it's not so much about their right intention for you, but what's your intention for you? My intention is to be with someone, kind of like they're looking for someone that's very compatible. And you're like, they're showing you that they're not when they block you. You're like, oh, thank you for showing me you're not the one for me. Thank you for blocking yourself from my life. You're saving me the trouble. Right. And I feel like that's the kind of energy that's coming in because I feel like they are on this cycle of searching and I don't feel like they really know what they want anyway, and so they're just kind of, and you want someone that knows what they want, and you know what you want, but it's about having the boundary and loving yourself enough to give that to yourself, right? So I feel like that's the message they have for you right now, Divine Soul. Hopefully that was worth it. You're like, ugh, bleh. But I love it for you because you deserve more. All right. So that is what we have, everybody. If you haven't got into my giveaway, every new moon and full moon, I do have a giveaway for a 30-minute personal private recorded reading or one of my energetic hedges. So that link tells you how to get into that if you're interested. Also, I have a video I put out about how to make the most of this Aries new moon coming up. That tells you specifically about that energy. And then I have a uh, something that dives deeper into the basics of making the most of new moon energy, where we talk about deeper into new moon wishes and intentions. So if you want to get more deeper into it, that is a nice little extra video there for you. And I also have a free podcast that comes out every 2 weeks. And it's called The Easier Path. This is the last one called About Abundance, Where It Be. But if you want to catch up on any of the previous episodes, we do talk about fated love and a bunch of other things. A lot of hints from spirit on how to make our path an easier path instead of a harder one. So if you're interested, that link is down in the description box, or if you click on my name, it takes you to my main channel page. At the top are all the playlists as well. So as I said, I am on Wednesday through Sunday nights. So I'll be back tomorrow as well. So if you want to join me, I'll see you then. Until then, until next time I see you, remember every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the mother and the father of all things, our creator. And of course, I love you guys too. So until I see you again, much love. Hang in there. Take care of yourself. Sweet dreams. And we'll see you on the flip side.